お待たせいたしました。
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for waiting. And thank you very much indeed for attending World Conference 2023, taking time out of your very busy schedule. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Amiwa Ishihara. I'm going to serve as MC today. This conference marks the 50th anniversary of RubyWorld Conference. And this year we are holding this 2023 conference today and tomorrow in this Kunibiki Messe International Conference Hall organized by Ruby World Conference Executive Committee with the sponsorship and support of so many organizations and companies. And this year we are initiating a new program, Ruby Week, which is a very special 1 week where we express the values driven by Ruby, such as freedom, joy, and contribution to a community. Ruby Week has 3 main features: Ruby Biz Grand Prix, Ruby World Conference, and Ruby Prize. During the week, a lot of events are taking place in the prefecture. Please Google Ruby Week for further details. Now, opening ceremony. First, on behalf of the organizer, Yukihiro Matsumoto, chairman of Ruby World Conference Organizing Committee, gives us a welcome address. So now the conference is opened. I'm given so many opportunities to take the floor up on the stage. It's been 15 years. So I am 15 years older than I was. I feel a lot of pains and aches around my body because I'm older. The TED conferences back in those days, 15 years ago, were the events on the weekends when engineers got together to discuss the kind of technologies they liked. So it was more or less only those engineers who loved to talk about technologies. But one of the important missions of the Ruby Association is to put together the business people who are benefit from Ruby and the people, engineers. So we wanted to be a bridge between them, and we decided to hold this conference so the people travel to a distant place. And there are many more people who use Ruby for business purposes than the number of engineers, and also technology conferences. There are many more conferences which take place over the weekdays. So you may think of Java. So there are conferences people take time to travel to. And I think that looking back on the 15 years, we have made a great step toward such an improvement. As you can see, there are a lot of people who are in business suits. Look at those sitting in the front rows. It's amazing. This is one big feature of a Ruby conference. I'm not criticizing you wearing business suits. And there are a lot of people who are in casual dress in the hall, and this is truly what the Ruby conference represents. We are a people of different backgrounds, and through exchange we try to understand each other. And of course there will be a lot of financial investment. We want to create better products, provide values to the world, to make the world a lot better place. And that has been the mission, what we have wanted to achieve in Ruby conferences. And like 15 years ago when we began, we hope that we'll be able to continue on this journey with the help and collaboration from all of you. So today and tomorrow, with such a high aim, we hope that you are going to enjoy this Ruby World Conference this year and have a lot of learnings and have a lot of things to share with your colleagues back home. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Matsumoto. Now, on behalf of the host community, Mr. Tatsuya Maruyama, Governor of Shimane Prefecture, gives us a welcome address.
Shimane 県知事の丸山でございます。
Ruby
World Conference が
Shimane Prefecture, celebrating the 15th anniversary of the Ruby World Conference. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome all of you once again in Shimane. I express my deep gratitude to all of you for coming all the way to our prefecture and extend hearty welcome to you all. Now, with the rapid progress of digitalization around the world post the COVID-19 pandemic, the IT industry, with its remarkable market expansion and technological progress, has become an attractive sector of employment for young people. In this context, Shimane Prefecture is focusing on the promotion of IT industry by supporting efforts for IT talent development and technological development through industry, academia, and government collaboration. In addition, Shimane Prefecture is home to Mr. Yukihiro Matsumoto, the inventor of Ruby, a programming language made in Japan and now used around the world. There is now a growing community of companies that utilize Ruby in this area. Taking advantages of these strengths not found in other prefectures, we are working to expand the businesses that use Ruby. The Ruby Biz Grand Prix was held yesterday. Companies that are taking on the challenge of creating new services presented examples of businesses that take advantage of Ruby's features. It was an opportunity to see its further potential. Today's conference has also attracted many Ruby engineers. We hope that businesses that create new value for the world will be born from such an opportunity. Starting this year, the conference period is also designated as Ruby Week, when related events are held in the prefecture. We hope that all attendees will be able to feel the atmosphere of interest in and use of Ruby in Shimane throughout this week. I would like to conclude my welcome address by wishing you all a fruitful and productive conference, and for the further development of Ruby and the continued success and prosperity of all the participants. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor Maruyama. Now, I would like to invite a special advisor to the organizing committee, Mayor Akihito Uesada of the Matsue City. Good morning, everybody. Yes, and there are many people in a suit. Now, of course, I am wearing suit, but today I wanted to put a bit of a soft element in my attire too, but then I would like to be rather soft in my talk. This is the 15th time where we have this meeting and a conference, Ruby World Conference. Matsumoto-san, you are here. I am very pleased. We are celebrating the 15th convening of this World Conference. We have been supported by so many people. Matsuye City is actually very honored to host it, and we have been working together with you to take the leadership, and we are walking step by step towards the future. Since 2000 city, this city has gotten a Ruby City Matsuye, and we have been making special commitment to the furtherance of this undertaking. About 3 of them are very important pillars as goals. The first one is an IT, human resource development, focusing on Ruby. And the second one is the invitation of the businesses to this city and also Ruby community furtherance and advancement. These are the 3 goals. When I go to outside of Japan, I am from Matsuye. So many people say that, oh, you are from the city of Ruby. There are so many opportunities. Occasion I have been welcomed in that way. So domestically, I should actually disseminate this word. When it comes to the IT business located here, more than 40 businesses related to Ruby are doing business in Matsuye. And the Ruby engineers do come to Matsuye. And some of them, many of them have decided to live in Matsuye. They have moved their house. So we would like to accelerate this and a positive trend since the COVID-19 has been calming down. We would like to accelerate advance this one. So this one is actually 2.0. This project is now version 2.0. There are 2 issues I would like to mention. The first goal is actually support for the entrepreneurship and a new business and creation. In this environment and contents, which is a big one, can be working as a content, and then many businesses can use those contents for the startup operation. On the other hand, the startup and the companies can use this program as application because it is quite a general purpose and oriented design. In January this year, in Matsuye City, Matsuye Entrepreneurship and Ecosystem Social meeting, 19 organizations in Shimane Prefecture got together under the umbrella of this important idea in undertaking ideation first, and which is actually now developed into the commerce and also the commercialization. And many startups are developing. We would like to support them more so that Matsuye will be widely known as the Ruby City. The second one is a coordination and also communication with the outside of Japan. This is Matsuye. And Matsuye has not been particularly making so much activities for the coordination outside. Matsumoto-san goes outside of Japan, and he has been developing network and with many people across the world. Matsuye City has at long last started. In January, we visited the so-called Silicon Valley and Bay Area of San Francisco, where we could meet Ruby researchers in Silicon Valley. And also the 2012 awardee, Jeremy-san, was there. So I had a chance to meet Jeremy-san and had some in-depth talk about how to advance Ruby. And Jeremy-san gave me quite a good and strong consent. And in December, Ruby Conference Taiwan needs to be convened. Unfortunately, I cannot go there because assembly is in session. But the vice mayor is going to Taiwan, where he can deepen the community with Taiwan and also with other people. So Matsuye and Ruby can be the very important starting point. The networking and also people-to-people communications can be advanced, while the Ruby City Matsuye is always in the center. That is our aspiration. 15 years have passed, and since initiation, we can have a future outlook which is bright and also positive. We are very, very happy, and there are so many people, both internationally and domestically, gathering here. It is a sincere hope that the furtherance can be achieved in this initiative. Taking this opportunity, I would like to express my sincere thanks to all the parties supporting this Ruby and this initiative and Matsue. With my sincere hope and for your joyful stay and also the successful meeting here, I would like to conclude my remarks. Thank you. Mayor Uesada Kito delivered a few words of greeting. On behalf of the guests, we would like to invite government official from the METI, the Bureau of Commerce and Industrial Policy. Mr. Ogawa Hirotaka is the speaker from METI, and he represents the Bureau of Commerce and Industrial Policy. Good morning, everybody. I am from METI, and my name is Ogawa, Hirotaka Ogawa. This year, I am meeting you through the online facility. I'm sorry that I cannot be with you in Matsuya today. Today, the RubyWorld Conference 2023 is being convened in such a fascinating manner. I would like to express my sincere gratitude and also joy to all of you. So software and also information industry is actually very important base of the people's and the life. But Japan's presence might be slightly dipping in the global community, and we have got some loss and deterioration in digital industry, and we are concerned about it. The people are important, and the engineering people and also the technology should be actually furthered together. On the other hand, however, I feel very encouraged while looking at those participants. Matsumoto-san is there and the developers are there. Ruby is actually advanced and widely disseminated and also used in businesses. That is evidenced by the participants today. So ecosystem is alive and actually making the positive steps to the future. There are some students from the professional vocational school. I hope that those people will be the driver and leaders of the ecosystem of Ruby. Through this conference, Ruby ecosystem and all the parties in here will have the great success and also the career development. With my sincere hope for all of you, I would like to conclude my remarks. Thank you. Thank you very much, and Mr. Ogawa. He is from METI, Ministry of Economy, Industry and Trade.
Well, this is the 15 years of the Ruby World Conference. We would like to go back the history of the Ruby.
I think you might have seen those video clips because they are actually posted in the public domain. So I would like to take this opportunity to show you the video clip. 15 years ago. Matsumoto-san, you were there. I was very happy to see you, and a bit younger than we are today. But 15 years were great. And now I would like to invite Mr. Matsumoto to deliver the keynote speech at the beginning. So we would like to set up the stage, and while in the meantime, could you please wait a little bit?
Now we would like to start the keynote lecture. The speaker is Mr. Yukihiro Matsumoto. He is the organizing committee chairman of Ruby World Conference 2023, and he is a chairman of Ruby Association. As you are aware, he is well known all over the world as a developer of programming language Ruby. His title is 30 Years of Ruby. Matsumoto-san, could you please go ahead? Thank you. We are a little bit ahead of the schedule, but we can start. Again, I'm here. So I have a record when Ruby was first developed. I used to work for a company, and the senior employee said that he was about to write a book. Then the book he wanted to write about was programming language and object-oriented thinking, which can be learned through the programming language. And that was the plan, and he was thinking about that. He was a senior employee, and he knew that I was interested in the programming language. So he said he wanted me to create programming programs, and he would write the language, and that's how book will be made. So I was very much interested. I wanted to make program language, so I thought it's a great idea. I decided to do it together with my senior employee. Of course, I started developing language. Then my senior employee said that we used to work in a different business establishment. Then he sent me an email. Well, the plan was cancelled, so that book was not published. The development was already started. I started work on. Since I started, I continued, and that's how I came up with Ruby. Now, this is how Ruby was developed first. Because of that, I talked with the senior employee, and we thought about the naming nomenclature of the new language. We discussed what name should be the best. Back then, Perl was a language which was very popular. Perl is one of the gel, so we wanted to make some name from the jury. Ruby or Coral was another candidate, but Ruby is shorter, and Ruby is more beautiful than Coral, and Ruby is more expensive than Coral, so that means that it had more value. And in 1993, February 24th, the Ruby was decided as a name. And we consider this is the birthday of Ruby at the community. And this year marks 30 years since the Ruby was born. So this year marks 15 years of the Ruby World Conference and 30 years of Ruby. So I think this is a milestone year. So my title is 30 Years of Ruby. Well, I think we have been talking the similar themes in the Ruby conferences again and again. So I do not want to have a mannerism. Of course, some people do that. I sometimes do that too. And I probably talk about that almost the same thing next week in the Ruby conference. But I would like to avoid mannerism. So I think I should talk something else from the topic I will share with you in the Ruby conference. So I now would like to talk about lessons from the history. I think you may know about this, but I love programming languages since I was a high school student. I studied programming languages, and I liked researching programming language, which exists all over the world. And when I found it interesting function, I thought of making a programming language in future and incorporate that function in the language I will make. So Ruby was the product I made. I think I was a language geek. When I was a high school student, I was born in Yonago, Toteki Prefecture, and it was 1982. There are almost no friends who was interested in programming around me. So those number of those interested in programming was very small in number. However, there are actually some. Already computer-related magazines are available. And among very few people, there are people who are interested in programming language. And about half of the people who are interested in programming are also interested in the programming language. And out of them, 1 out of 10 would want to make a programming language by themselves. I went to college after finishing college, and I was too optimistic, I found out. And there are people who like programming language, like Java, Python, or JavaScript, or PHP. There are a lot of programming language available, and so many people participate in each conference of all the languages. Then, how many people want to make their own programs or programming language? I thought that would be 10%, not 1% or not 0.1%. That's what I found. After joining the college, I recognized that, but it was already too late. I wanted to make it, and I just cannot stop that feeling to make programming language by myself. My interest and love to the programming language actually led to Ruby, and however, my estimation was too optimistic, and I myself, I like a lot of programming languages, not only Ruby, but also other languages. So I thought I can learn something from Torivia, not popular programming language which exists in the world. I have a question. What is the first programming language made in the world? Do you know that? Many people consider in 1954 Fortran. This was the first one. I think that is the impression you have. In 1954, back then, computer programming was actually something. I see some message on the screen. Okay, let us forget about that. Wait a second. It's gone. So in programming, we do not have assembler either. So manually, we have to create binary and enter. So I did it in college. How to do it? There was a switch available. There are 8 switches, and you just on and off. And when you press the 9th switch, you can just write the program. So it's so complicated, and I hate it. So human beings used to do the programming in a binary method back then. That's inhuman. Therefore, compiler technology became available so that human being can make expression like letters and formula, and that can be compiled into programming language. That is a compiler. That was the year 1954. Back then, the formula converting to binary, this was considered to be artificial intelligence back then. That was a concept in the past. And that is a history we share all. However, even before that, we used to have programming language. In 1942, that is during World War II, the Plankalkül is a German pronunciation. Back then, programming, the language programming did not exist back then. And Plankalkül means a calculation plan. That's what it's meant in English. I'm not sure because it's German. So this is what they call programming. And the person who designed Plankalkül was an engineer named Konrad Zuse, Germany. Z3. That was the computer he made. And he used to make Z1, Z3, Z2. And Plankalkül is a language for this PC. And they have design. And there's an assignment, and if statement, and loop. Then basically, it's so the structure available, and subroutine even available, array also available. Assertion already existing, and exception existing in 1942, and goal-directed execution, like a prologue, and other execution can be done. So it is what I heard. So it cannot be realistic that in 1942 to 1945 he came up with a report. That report did not attract anyone. No one noted his report. Plankalkül specification was released much later, like 1972. So no one recognized this. Then that's the reason why Fortran caught up with this. And Plankalkül's first compiler was implemented in 1998. So this is newer than Ruby. It should have been the first programming language in the world. So this is a lesson we can learn. So idea may be great with the Plankalkül. However, idea itself is not enough for success. So useful implementation is necessary, and then that can be fully utilized by so many people. That is also the case with internet service. In the past, when I started programming, back then, there are people who talked to me. He said he had a great business idea. Could you please implement so that we could share the profit? And but I just said no to all such offers. So just having idea does not mean anything. So useful idea is necessary. So it doesn't have to be perfect at the very beginning, but gradually it can grow. So implementation of idea is very important, but implementation should be completed so that that can be used by everyone and that can actually grow. And growth with users is a key point. That's one lesson I would like to share with you. Then, what is the most simple programming language? So like syntactically, in 1960s, Lisp, Forth, APL, these are the languages of the past. Lisp in 1960s that was made, and Forth was a language made in late 1960s to the beginning of 1970s. APL implementation was completed in 1965. The paper was issued 1964. So Lisp, Force, APL, there are very few people using these, especially Force is very special because I think your PC also has a Force. And EDEF and so-called bootloader program. I think you know that one. And Force already appears in that booting program. So while you do not know, but actually Force is functioning. And also, do you know PostScript in the printer? So that's not the Force, but that's influenced by Force. So PostScript is greatly influenced by Force. So Force is actually functioning. However, very few people have actually seen Force programming. So these programming languages are very simple but not become popular. And another comment by the developer of Perl, this is something made commented by Mr. Larry Wall. If a language is simple, software will be more complex because total amount of complexity is constant. So if programming language is simple, application will be complicated. If programming language is complicated, application will be simpler. So I think programming Perl, the book actually said this comment, and I just cannot find the book Programming Perl in my bookshelf at my home, so I just cannot find out the correct wording by Mr. Larry Wall, but this is a comment by him. So it seems simple is best, but in actuality, when it comes to programming or programming language or system, simple is not always best. Because human mind itself is complicated, and also the human society is complicated, and the problem to be solved is also complicated. So we follow the mental model. So unconsciously we think something complicated, then we have to actually watch the reality. Okay, let us take a look at other notable languages. There are several of them I would like to talk. This is Ruby conference, but I would like to talk about these other languages. That's PL1. I think you may not know this. Some time ago, 1960s or 1970s, the COBOL and Fortran, these are programming language. They were well known and popular. And Fortran was good at technical calculation, and COBOL was just administrative processing. Then many users considered that a good idea would be to integrate COBOL function and Fortran language. Then one integrated system will be helpful. Then programming language 1. So people try to make one programming language which can handle everything. That was not successful. So if you combine two different things, it's not good. And there's another programming language called Ada. Ada Lovelace, who is the first programmer in the world, who was the source of the name, the Department of Defense of the United States, actually use this system like a system to control submarines or fighter jets. Such system were to be created, and multi-purpose language will be different. So one programming language can write all the system of Department of Defense of the United States, and that's what they meant. Then, after all, almost no one is using PL, and some people are using Ada. like a like a part of the F33 is written by Ada. However, ordinary people do not use Ada frequently. Too simple is not good. However, too complex is not good either. If it's too complicated, human being cannot handle it. Okay. So I think there are various types of complexity. Just like case of Ruby, when designing the system, you want to need a this function, that function incorporated, or some request and others, or because of your idea. Then this is so-called a creeping featureism. That is not like a feature is a function, and this function, that function, creeping, and further it become too big, and this is rather risky. And I think there are types of the complexity.
Linear complexity is still manageable. For instance, string class and one method added. That's a linear complexity example. But exponential complexity, which goes up exponentially, is rather bad. Combining two different functions. And what happens if you add another function? If there are such combinations, that would lead to exponential complexity, which is difficult to manage. For instance, C++ template. You don't know what happens. A C++ template programming, then there will be 1,000 error messages. The nightmare. So that's one example of exponential complexity. So, as a result, sometimes people say that bigger the better, but for a system it is not always the case. That's something we learned. Then Perl. I have already mentioned Perl 4 times because I love Perl. I love Perl, but I don't like Perl programming, and I don't like Perl source program. But Perl philosophically and psychologically influenced me very much. In 1986, Perl was born a lot older than Ruby, 7 years older than Ruby. But in 1993, when Ruby was born, Perl 5.0 was released. 5.0 was an epoch-making release. Object-oriented function was added to Perl, and also module system was improved and performance was improved. So it was an epoch-making release for Perl. So that was released 1993, and this year celebrate the 30th anniversary. Congratulations, Perl. And now 2023, what is the Perl version we have? Perl 10. It's a Perl 5.38. So in 3 decades, no major release for a new version. Honestly, for young people, perhaps they don't use or learn Perl programming. Is already in their case in a textbook only. And Perl community itself is worried about this situation. In 2000, there was a Perl conference, and there were thousands of people attending Perl conference, and Perl was very popular around that time. And in that conference in year 2000, they discussed what happens to the future of Perl. That was a meeting of the Perl developers and engineers. And one developer came up and said, with a coffee cup, he threw it on the wall. "We shouldn't be doing all this," he said. "If we are stagnant, we will lose the members of the community," he said. "We have to really rebuild and build a totally a new Perl." RFC request for comment. What would you like to see a Perl in the future? What Perl would you like to have in the future? New functions or innovative ideas? What kind of innovative ideas would you like to have in Perl in the future? And so the community solicited such ideas. And from the whole community, innovative ideas and others were proposed, and there were 361 suggestions. And compiling all of them, it was Perl 5. And they decided to make a Perl 6.0. And the people felt thrilled. They would make an ideal Perl, overcoming all the ills and difficulties. But Perl version, it's not 6, it's still 5.38. So Perl 6 wasn't born after all. What happened in 2016? Perl 6 was changed over to Raku, a different language. From 2015, it's now 8 years since then. How many people know the programming language Raku? Unfortunately, virtually none, I would say. So it's not our community, so I shouldn't criticize them, but I have to say that their challenge has been rather unsuccessful. And this is once again an important lesson for us. That is, when the community is stagnant, the community is doomed. The Perl community knows it, and that is true of our community too. The man who threw a coffee cup on the wall and he said, this is what he said. We have to do something that excites the community. Otherwise, the whole community will be doomed. Everyone is bored and they leave the community and they begin to do different things and they would find an interest in other languages. And that was in the year 2000. And I think this person has a foresight, real foresight. For open source software, boredom or stagnation are the biggest enemy. In the previous Ruby World Conference, I said the similar thing. And also, all the projects driven by motivation has boredom as an enemy. A community doesn't have a very big cohesion, especially for open source community. In the case of a company, there were employment contracts between the company and employees, and also there were bonds between the company and employees through a salary. So it's hard for someone to leave. It's a very tightly knit and a highly cohesive community. But in open source community, it's not the case. Some may be paid for the development of Ruby programs, but they are not hired by the Ruby community. Thinking about this, we have to avoid boredom. We have to continue moving forward. Or all the motivation-driven projects have to keep moving forward. And furthermore, open source community is very important. So there should be something that attracts people always to the community. And that's the other lessons I learned. And there is one more lesson we can learn from Perl. That is a second system syndrome. This is also the lesson we learned from Perl. When we are stuck, when we cannot move forward, people would say that we would throw away everything and we would recreate, rebuild, and achieve the goal. That's a very natural way of thinking for people. By so doing, we will be able to solve all the problems we have at hand. This is called the second system syndrome. This mentality of scrap and build, tear down everything and create everything anew, is an idea everybody may hit upon. But when we think of a system, including programming languages, to completely create a new language is something you are tempted to try, but in almost all cases, it was a failure. So scrap and build for a system is actually a bad idea. Rather, we should evolve gradually, step by step. I thought about the same thing for Ruby in early 2000 when Perl was actively being developed. Perl still had a very big influence. So in Ruby, I thought that we should perhaps try the same. For instance, Perl 6 idea. Ruby had various challenges, and in certain design we couldn't make what we wanted, and I once again I thought of throwing all of this Ruby legacy and start anew, and this is something I spoke in a keynote address in the Ruby America conference, and there was a word Ruby 2 in 2003 conference. All the bad things and all the deficiencies of Ruby should be changed, and we would rewrite a compiler, and we would dramatically change Ruby language specifications and make a completely ideal Ruby. That was the idea behind Ruby 2. It was a kind of a big dream we discussed. Like Perl 6, we requested members of the community their ideas for dramatic improvement of Ruby. I am really bad at taking notes of what happened, so I don't remember how many RFC we received, but there was something we tried, like a Perl community. I am such a lazy person to manage things or keep track of things, and then over the years I became rather lazy, and I just decided to give up on this dramatic development of Ruby. Maybe this laziness of mine and my very poor ability of keeping track of things, perhaps worked well for Ruby community. If I were very good at keeping notes and managing things, like the people in Perl, maybe Ruby had been finished. But I think I had been fortunately lucky, being a lazy person, that we didn't embark upon a major innovation or change of Ruby. So step by step, we decided to improve Ruby. Ruby 1.9 in 2007, or virtual machine. In Ruby 1.9 virtual machine, as Mr. Sasada said, YARP virtual machine appeared. This improved and performance 3 to 50 times the improvement of the speed of performance. 3 times is really great, and 50 times the performance improvement is enormous. Until Ruby 1.8, that were made by Japanese, and if in the case it was said that they were for Japanese. ASCII, English, and the Shift, EUCJP, Unicode, UTF-8, there were only 4 encodings that could be used. But we introduced encoding function, and today over 190 encoding. So many encodings can be addressed with Ruby. So we did a very good job, but around that time we didn't know what would happen to Unicode. But today, 2023, we have a text information on internet, and they are now Unicode. So in that sense, perhaps we made an effort in vain in that regard, but we made a change anyhow. Then in 2013, Ruby 2.0, not Ruby 2. I didn't say this to anyone, but I'm really glad that they gave up on the idea of Ruby 2. And Ruby 2.0 came out in 2013, and a 20th year from the birth of Ruby. So we have made a step-by-step improvements, keyword arguments, and refinement added as a new function. And personally, I like module prepend. That's a Ruby 2.0. And when the 2.0 the kind of functions I wanted to have for years, about 60% of them were implemented on Ruby 2.0, so it gives me a sense of satisfaction. In 2020 here, in the year of Tokyo Olympics, I remember that I announced that the Ruby 3.0 would be released, but no one knew in that time that Tokyo Olympic Games was going to be delayed. Now, keyword argument, it was improved in pattern matching. That was a function I wanted to have for years, and that is now realized. And JIT, a just-in-time compiler, with the native code, Ruby can achieve a faster performance. And it was there from 1.6, but on a production scale, JIT was introduced, and heat compaction, a new function also. So Ruby 3.0 was released. So the functions I had wanted to have for years, 90% of them were implemented on this version, Ruby 2.0.
From Ruby 1.9 to from Ruby 1.9 through Ruby 2.0, I think duration of time between the two is 6 to 7 years. Ruby 2.0 to Ruby 3.0, about 7 years. 7 years. I think every 7 years, major change have been made. According to that, probably 7 years later, 2027, Ruby 4.0 will be released. Is it true? And talking about Ruby version, it's actually released every year, like a Ruby 3.1, 3.2, and this year, December 3.3 will be released. Without any special reason, it's released every year. This is my own way of thinking. Ruby's version number is just 1 digit. Like in case of Perl, 5.38, it's a 2-digit number. And alphabetically, 1.0, next should be 1.1 or, and then 1.10, and that's something I don't like it. I want to keep it single digit. By single digit increase, then 2029, 3.9 will be available. Now what's next? I do not want to have that 3.10, then it should be 4.0. So by 2030, we should do something about it. Now, I'm not sure what's happening. As I have mentioned, I think we created which we wanted. And however, something missing still now, that is a package system. And I hope to design package system. If that is the case, we can call it 4.0. Another thing, and 15 years have passed, so I'm getting old. I know I'm getting old now. Because of that, I think I have to think about successor. For example, in PHP language, they have the kind of the committee system in PHP. And Python, in 2014, 4 years ago, their Guidwan Rossam, first developer, retired. And then we wonder what to do about them. Then the 5-member team, that the steering committee was established. Then with the consensus of these members, decision is made. And every year, Pur's conference voting will be held to select steering committee members. It's democratic, but is it really good for programming language development? So including that kind of option, we have to think about future of Ruby. And in coming 4 years or in several years, we have to think about the future course of Ruby. So based on the lessons we learned, I would like to talk about future of Ruby. So lessons we learned, idea itself is not enough, not valuable. And simple is not always best. And bigger size or bigger specification is not always better. And if people bored, the community will be disbanded. Motivation is very important, and we should be aware of second system syndrome. And we need to have progress gradually, step by step. Then, what we need for future, in order for survival, we have to make effort. What do we need to survive? What do we need for Ruby community to survive? So we have 30 years of the history of Ruby. In order for Ruby to survive 30 years more, and my initial title of this slide was 100 years. I thought that's too much. So 30 years. So how to keep Ruby alive for next 30 years? I might be still alive 30 years from now. Let's talk about assumptions. Number one, human being should survive. So survival of human beings is a must. If the human being extincts, there's no Ruby remaining. And if no one's programming 30 years from now, that would be a problem. In the world of Star Trek, as far as we see drama, no one is programming. People just call computer. And computer, could you display something? Then computer does. So 30 years from now, do we still have programming alive? That's a big question. So let's have an assumption that programming still survive. And 3 years from now, we are not sure whether or not we are using a programming language to make program. Probably we will, because we have done for the past 6 years, so we are going to do it for the coming 30 years. And upon those assumptions, we can say that whatever might happen, 30 years ago, we need community. We just cannot do anything alone by ourselves. And community needs a metabolism that a new generation, new people, new blood are necessary. So if we do not do anything, no one is coming in, then the average age of the community members increase 1 year by year. And 100 from now, no one will be remaining. But if we have new members every year, then average age will decline and the community will keep moving. I'm very happy about Ruby community. That is, still younger people joining us. I'm really glad to say that. The other day I attended Ruby conference in the United States. One of the frequently asked questions is as follows. Who are here in this conference for the first time? And I have not been to the United States for some time. So could you please raise your hand if you are attending this conference for the first time? Yes, thank you. I think a large number of people, thank you for raising hand. That means, like this, we have new members, a new generation interested in Ruby or interested in participant RubyWorld conference. So this means that we have new blood, new generation. This is very important indicator for Ruby's survival. If we have the same people every year all the time, of course we need you to come back again. But if we just have friends only, then the community will be dead. 100 years from now, we need new people. We have to attract young people. So we should be able to draw young programmers. Another thing I'm glad about is that these days there are young committers. And they are younger my children, and they are younger my Rubies. I think that is great, and I really appreciate such people joining us, and we need more such people. Then, as a whole Ruby community, in order to attract young programmers, what do we need? I think we have clear-cut answer, that is job and money. So in order for job and money to be provided for the company, Ruby should be attractive and valuable. Then, How can Ruby be attractive for the company? I think there are several factors: reliability, productivity, and efficiency. If we can provide these to the companies, companies consider Ruby attractive and valuable and want to keep using this. So I think these are key values Ruby can provide to companies. Let's talk about reliability. What about reliability? I think most important thing is the asset of the community. The people in the community create diversified things, and that's accumulated and can be used. So that's why Ruby is valuable and attractive. So that should be continued all the time. For example, tools to use Ruby or gems, like Ruby gems, its number is on the increase. I think these are necessary.
And textbooks, tutorials, and schools, classes. Those should be opportunities for people to learn Ruby and use cases. That company is using Ruby, and in this way, Ruby could be utilized more efficiently. Blog posts, use cases, shared experiences, all of them are also very useful. I didn't write this in the slides, but having such conferences in various places are also part of the community assets as they are managed and run by the communities. And productivity, I believe this is the biggest value Ruby provides. Ruby needs to be improved as the language. That means, and also we need to improve supporting tools. We already have a RubyCop, RubyMine, and Ruby ISP. But are they enough? No, that is not the case. There are room for further improvement, and through this, Ruby experience may be enhanced, and that will enhance the productivity in the use of Ruby. And one more important quality not to forget is the efficiency. That is the efficiency of execution. For instance, Ruby implementation needs to be improved. From Ruby 3.0 JIT compiler, especially from Ruby 3.2 YJIT, which is a JIT compiler of high performance quality. And once the option is set, 10 to 20% performance improvement is achieved, and 40% improvement in user application on server side, cost can be reduced. In this way, this is a kind of way to encourage companies' investment into Ruby. If Ruby is 10% faster in execution, backend cost, the number of cloud servers may be reduced by 10%. Or if you are running a big service like a Shopify, backend cost reduction by 10% means thousands and millions of yen or dollar savings. And this way, Shopify, for instance, would invest more into Ruby development. And that investment is justified. The same thing can be said of many more companies and businesses. So, 0.1% contribution from your company into the improvement of Ruby in any way would reduce the backend cost by that much. And if you become the pioneer, and if other people would follow, then it will be not just your 0.1% improvement, that will be multiplied by the number of followers. And that improvement would grow to 10% or 50%. So I really hope that there will be more investment into Ruby enhancements. And perhaps I think we have more or less come to the very last occasion or chance for getting a lot of value from the investment into Ruby. This is a kind of hype cycle. This visibility means popularity. When a new technology appears, that catches a lot of attention. Whoa, this is a great new technology. In the case of Ruby, 2007 or 2008, when the World Conference began, to 2012, that is the peak time. We had more or less an over expectation over Ruby. Then from 2012 onward, Go or Rust, other languages, TypeScript, static type languages became more popular, and Ruby's popularity went down to some extent. But overcoming that difficulty, we have come to the plateau phase where Ruby is evaluated as it is. This is described as a plateau of productivity, and I think that this is quite dangerous. Flat line or plateau means there is no change, and I said stagnation is a sign of danger. If the stagnation continues, Ruby community itself may disappear. So we need to bear in mind that we are facing a rather important and risky era. In Intel, they say only paranoid can survive. This seems to be their slogan. When you take a new motion out of a sense of crisis, then you can survive. And Ruby is a wonderful language. I'm not boasting. At one time, Ruby was over-expected and over-evaluated, and having gone that era, Ruby is now on a plateau, as I showed in the hype cycle. But this time of stability is a period when we are facing a danger, as we see from the past experiences. And all of you are here because you are interested in Ruby. At least you have invested your time and money to come to Shimane for this conference. I don't know whether this is something I should say to you. Rather, we need to invite many more people outside this conference to come and join us. Recently, when you go to a bookstore, there are a lot of books on Python. One shelf is full of Python, and next to them there are 3 books on Ruby, and this makes me feel sad. But in making a web application or creating a new web service, if you use Python, or would you like to use Ruby? Of course, this is a matter of a person's preference, but I would say that Ruby is much better choice. Then, if we lose Ruby, that means Ruby is going to be just a thing of the past, and that is not something we would like to see. So, let's create the better future. Otherwise, we will be forced to use something else. I wouldn't say what, but at least that's not a desirable future for me. When I say to my grandson that I once invented Ruby in the past, well, of course I don't have a grandchild right now, but if I don't like my grandson or grandchild to ask me whether what is Ruby, is that a gem or what? An old man would like to say that all of those services are made with Ruby. Of course, I don't like to have a sympathy from a grandchild, but Ruby has a potential, but potential doesn't feed us. The idea doesn't feed us. So to realize an idea, we need all of your power and talent. So we are now at a tipping point. Are we going to on a downhill course? Are we going to continue an uphill course? Because only paranoid can survive. I am happy to become paranoid for Ruby. I and the Ruby community need to keep moving forward, and we would like to keep community members to continue to be excited. And I would like to move faster. And for this, I really feel grateful to the companies for their support. In order for us to prevail in the world once again, in the language, we would like to unite and work with you. And this is really an enjoyable thing for us. Ruby has a value, and we would like to present a value for you, and we'd like you to use the value and make a program joyfully, and we'd like to make a better product, and we'd like to make the world better. We would like to make the world a better place with the use of and the power of Ruby with you as a community. So once again, please join us and let's create a better future. Your power is what counts. Ruby is just a piece of opportunity. So we'd like to utilize you to utilize this opportunity under a certain direction, and I think that's the power of Ruby. So this is the end of my slide. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Once again, you are already members of the community, whether you like or not. Of course, if you don't like, you don't need to join us. But I hope that you will enjoy programming, and we will all enjoy this conference together. Let's move forward together. Thank you very much.
Now, we would like to entertain some questions from the floor. If you have any question, could you please raise your hand? No questions. Okay, let's have a lunch break. Okay, no questions. Are you okay? I have an impression someone raised his hand. No. Yes, one person. Let me bring a microphone. I'm Sam from Evil Martians. Well, people who want to commit to Ruby, then from which level should they start reading or learning? I think it depends on the person's background. I think most of the Ruby is written in C. So if you are good at C, then you can read Ruby and core, you can read and learn. But other people probably have other methods, like a library written by Ruby can be revised. Or if there are any problem in the document, that can be corrected, revised, and cut as a pull request accepted. So if there are anything to be improved, could you please send a pull request to the Ruby repository? And we receive pull requests several occasions and find out this person is reliable or have a technical capability, then the scouting mail will come to you. Don't you want to become a committer? So that's how we do it. Thank you very much. In actuality, C code is a huge amount, and any tip with which part can I find it easy, or any recommended place to start? I think a bad start will be, there are some not recommendable one, like GC, parser, code generator. Do not go into that area. I think in order to do that, you need a black belt. But for example, string class method, like a method correction the string class, or array class method, improvement of that. Probably that area will be much easier for you, the starters. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Or don't touch VM either. Please wait for the microphone to come to you. Would you once again raise your hand? Please wait for the microphone to come to you. Thank you very much. I am in the second year of Japan GD Business College. I am learning IT, and we are studying a lot about program languages, Java, Python, and Ruby. There is no class for Ruby. When I look at other computer schools, I don't see Ruby being taught. So as a foreign student, we come to Japan and we want to learn a Japanese language, Ruby. But unfortunately, Ruby classes are not offered in many such computer school. Why do you think this is the case? In most such schools, when they decide upon the curriculum, they go to bookstores and see what kind of languages are occupying a large share of the bookshelves. Yes, the Ruby is a good investment. It gives our value and return on investment, but this is no longer a kind of a programming language that attracts new programmers, unfortunately. And that's one of the areas we need to make improvement, as I mentioned. Well, I often discuss with the publishers, why don't you publish the new Ruby book? And I feel rather disappointed and sad when I see their reaction, negative reaction. So those people are learning IT in schools. We would teach Ruby and we would teach application courses. And when the schools like these began to offer Ruby courses, I'm sure that, many more young people would come and interested in Ruby. I would like to speak about this with the people of such managing such schools. Any other questions?
No other questions? If you have other questions, could you please exchange business card with Matsumoto-san and ask him individually? He says that he does not like anything troublesome. However, he has a great power of the quest when it comes to something he likes or he loves. So I think that kind of the searching spirit is very important. Now we would like to close this session. Thank you very much. With this, all the program for the morning is completed. So the afternoon program, Ruby Prize 2023 awarding ceremony will be started at 1 o'clock. If you place the order for lunch, could you please go to the large exhibition hall first floor with a ticket? In this hall, drinking and eating is prohibited. Could you please go to the first floor exhibition hall for drinking and eating? Could you please use the garbage box on the first floor? The exit of this hall, there are some brochures of the sponsors. Please feel free to bring them. On the first floor exhibition hall, there's an exhibition booth for Ruby Platinum supporting companies. And two of them, DAY1 System Management, make a short presentation. 12:20, Daiichi Red Mine will make short presentation. And 12:30, Foreign Technology. 12:40, Ruby Business Promotion Council may make a short presentation. Could you please drop by? Leaving the seat, could you please take the receiver set for the simultaneous presentation and return at the reception desk? If you need a receiver set, please contact the reception desk. If there are any problems or failure of the receiver set, could you please let us know? If you are going to use the parking lot of Kunibiki set, we do have the free charge service. Could you please come to the large exhibition hall on the first floor? On the first floor exhibition floor, we also have the charging station for electronic devices. Thank you.
会場よりご案内申し上げます。会場内で
This
の
is
ご飲
announcement.
食
Before starting the program, we would appreciate participants refrain from using the mobile phone, eating and drinks, and I would appreciate your good understanding. With regard to the translation devices, they are available at the receptionist desk. When you leave this hall, could you please return the transceiver for the translation services and return them to the receptionist desk? If there is any problems in the translation devices, please let us know. Kunibiki Messe is the name of this hall. If you use a car park, and the service is free of charge, could you please get another ticket at the ground floor, the exhibition hall? There is some large number of charging machine for the mobile and also the computer system. Around the entrance and exit, there are certain items and products contributed by those affiliate, supported by businesses. So please feel free to take them back home. Now we are starting the afternoon session very soon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now we would like to start the Ruby Prize presentation ceremony 2023. The Ruby Prize is presented to those who have made contribution among those who have recently joined. It was started in 2013. It is a so-called Rookie Prize in the Ruby community. In 2020, it was changed to the Personal Award. From across the world, the recommendations are given to the Ruby Association, Japan Ruby Association, and Matsue City organized an organization committee, which are actually engaged in the screening and the review. And then as a result, and we have decided who are the awardees, and we are presenting the prize and to that awardee. Now, we would like to invite the final nominees for the Ruby Prize 2023 to the stage. Mr. Kevin Newton, Mr. Hiroya Fujinami, Mr. Yuichiro Kaneko. These three gentlemen are the final three nominees for the Ruby Prize. Firstly, I would like to invite Mr. Yukihiro Matsumoto, Chair of the Ruby Prize Organizing Committee, to deliver a few words of greeting. Good afternoon. So you said that, again, this uncle has come up to the stage. But then please have a good, and I appreciate your good understanding. This is a Ruby Prize. There are various facets in the community. It is a gathering of many people from different backgrounds, and also this is an actually place where the collaboration is done. But then a community is what? And each individual is actually creating the environment and through their contribution and effort. So we call it this sort of environment and arena, the community. But an individual contribution and individual personalities are very important. Ruby Biz program is a part of the one, and there are many people who are committed to that. Community is generated, and individuals are making effort to challenge various issues associated with Ruby. We would like to support them. Then it was started as a Rookie Award. And we decided to change the name to the Personal Award, because then it's not only just looking at the past and achievement, and we would like to recognize and award those people who are making contribution to the betterment of the community. more recently in the community, there are quite a notable achievement. And we ask, are there anybody who has made such a notable contribution? There came many recommendations from across the world. And then given those recommendations, we had a review. And we have elected and selected those three final nominees: Kevin Newton, Fujinami-san, and also, sorry, I have forgotten your first name, Hiroya Fujinami, and Ko Yuichiro Kaneko. So you saw those images, and there was actually the wordings, which was about their accomplishment, and it was my hard work and outcome. I made a lot of effort to prepare that writing. What is actually biggest task, and after the nominees actually decided, and I am requested to write about their accomplishment. And we know those people very much, and I have to make utmost effort so that I can create something really striking and incisive, and also good to read and writing about them. Kevin is actually committed to passing, so he's a passer. There was actually the question about it, and so he is black belt, and so it's okay, and you can actually tackle him because he is strong enough. But the rewriting is what? So we actually gave a quotation, but an implementation by him was much quicker, maybe 3 times quicker than that. Fujinami-san is actually that regular description, regular expression in other languages, and it takes too long, so we give up. But Fujinami-san did not, and by improving the algorithm, he actually worked out different data structure. Then it doesn't take long. So actually, he committed to algorithm, and he designed the algorithm, and that was wonderful, and it was very striking. And he is really cool, and his product is very cool. Mr. Yuichiro Kaneko, parser, he is again parser. So this year is a parser's year. So Kevin was taking the approach, and actually 0 is actually written. So parser is rather hard to understand because Python is used. Python is a tool. It is causing some unclear part, and so actually the Python was used, and then he was writing. So maybe he was actually very quick, and we thought that it was rather insane aspiration, but more than 3 times higher than we expected, and he actually came up with outcome. So the parsers and very complicated structure was eliminated and actually resolved. So those two people are actually maybe having some cannibalization, I'm afraid. They might be cannibalizing, to the very end. I would be happy even though they start a very, very strong fight until the end. And who is going to the winner? But it's not surprising that they might have some fight, everlasting fight. So Mr. Newton, Mr. Fujinami, Mr. Kaneko, they are really wonderful. They actually achieved something that could not have been done by anybody else. And so even they were not nominees, and they would be surely the nominees of next year. So I have a very strong empathy with them. Therefore, I actually introduced them with a lot of words. Thank you very much. I look forward to their advancement, and for all of them, thank you.
This has been Mr. Yukihiro Matsumoto, the chairman of organizing committee. Now, on behalf of Matsue City, Mayor of Mr. Akihiro Uesada had a few words. Well, I'm again wearing suits. I did not know there's such a violent battle ongoing in the background of the Ruby. I came to know about it for the first time. Open source development of Ruby has been going on, and everyone is voluntary and dedicated to the dissemination and development of Ruby. But many people still do not know there are a lot of volunteers are involved in Ruby development. So 2013 Ruby Association and Matsue City get together to establish Ruby Prize. That was the year 2013. In the prize, we would like to recognize those who have made a striking contribution, and we appreciate their efforts. And I think that will be a kind of the opportunity to motivate more people to work hard to get a Ruby Prize. So these are the aim of establishing the Ruby Prize. We have finalists, final nominees. There are 3 of them: Mr. Kevin Newton, Mr. Hiroya Fujinami, and Mr. Yuichiro Kaneko. 3 people are here. Am I pronouncing your name correct? I just cannot provide you a technical explanation about their history and record, but I really appreciate your effort for the development of Ruby. And I hope more and more people, probably in the back side of the whole right-hand side, I hope that several years later, many of them will work hard to get a Ruby Prize. If you are interested, could you please raise your hand if you want to aim at Ruby Prize? Yes, I wish you good luck. Yes, I do have a great expectation to all of you. So this is a day to observe this Ruby Prize presentation ceremony, and we hope that we can work hard to further development and dissemination of Ruby. And finally, we would like to celebrate the Ruby Prize, and I thank Matsumoto-san and Ruby Association and other people. Thank you very much for support, and I'm looking forward to the Ruby Prize ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor Uesada, Mayor of Matsue City. As mentioned by Mr. Matsumoto, Chair of the Ruby Prize Organizing Committee, now is the time to introduce to you the achievement made by those nominees. Mr. Kevin Newton, he was focused on the recursive descent parsing program, which he calls PRISM. Ruby has gotten the parse, and which was actually quickly evolving because of his contribution. That was evaluated. Mr. Fujinami Hiroya, cache is a technology which is used, and by using that, and he eliminated the DDoS security attack. Mr. Kaneko Yuichiro was engaged in the syntactic analysis called the parse, and then he eliminated and complicated difficult structure, so that the evolution of that parse was actually advanced quite tremendously. Now I would like to introduce to you the awardee of the Ruby Prize among those 3 final nominees. Ruby Prize 2023 awardee is whom one person is announced by Mr. Matsumoto Yukihiro, Chair of the Executive Committee. So it is in an envelope, so I'm now opening it up. Ruby Prize 2023, among those final nominees, and we have been elected. I was looking at the other side, wrong side, I'm afraid. Ruby Prize 2023, Mr. Kevin Newton, you are the awardee. You have won the prize. Mr. Kevin Newton, congratulations. Now we would like to move on to the presentation of the award and the prize. The first one is a Ruby Prize 2023. Award is presented to Mr. Kevin Newton, followed by Mr. Fujinami Hiroya and Mr. Kaneko Yuichiro. Mr. Kaneko Yuichiro. Kevin Newton
development of
様、
Ruby is
Ruby
the
Prize
fruit of all
2023
of our efforts.
この
In
開発は
recognition of your
素晴らしい努力
outstanding
としてありま
contribution
した
to
の
the
だ。
development and spread of Ruby, Ruby Prize Executive Committee Chairperson Matsumoto Yukihiro, November 9th, 2023. Congratulations.
そして上貞市長から
From
副賞
Mayor Uesada, 1 million yen voucher is now presented to Mr. Newton. Now, we would like to invite Mr. Newton to deliver a few words of greeting to the audience. He is an awardee of the Ruby Prize 2023.
I hope that we can build more software together in the future. Thank you.
おめでとうございました。
Congratulations, Mr. Kevin Newton.
では続きまして
Now, let us move on to the two other nominees, and Mr. Fujinami Hiroya, we would like to present to you the award.
Ruby Prize 2023 final nominee, Mr. Hiroya Fujirane, thank you very much for your great contribution to the development and the penetration of the Ruby Award, and you are highly recognized here, 2023, November 9th. Ruby Prize organizing committee member Yukihiro Matsumoto, congratulations. From the mayor, Uesada, yes, 100,000 yen. Now, Mr. Fujinami, could you say a few words? Thank you very much. I'm a graduate school student, and I do the research, and the other way, I do the programming. So I think I'm glad that my research and contribution to society actually matched. Thank you. Mr. Fujinami, thank you very much. I would like to move on to the next person, presentation award for Mr. Yuichiro Kaneko. Ruby Prize 2023 final nominee Yuichiro Kaneko, the same wording, and this is Yukihiro Matsumoto. Congratulations. And this is the prize money from the mayor of Matsue. Mr. Kaneko, could you say a few words to the audience? Thank you very much. So thank you very much for your great contribution to our project. I would like to say thank you to you. And there are a lot of young people joining us. The Purser is now very popular, and because many people interested in it, because it's so intriguing. So if you are interested, could you please think about contribution to Purser or to mine or Kevin? Thank you. Mr. Kaneko, thank you very much.
Now, to mark this auspicious occasion, we would like to invite Mr. Kevin Newton to deliver the commemorative lecture or the speech while being given the Ruby Prize 2023. The other nominees, final nominees, are now leaving the stage. Now I would like to invite Mr. Kevin Newton when you are ready. Now, Mr. Newton, thank you. Good afternoon. I must apologize that I cannot speak Japanese, so my apology. I am a foreigner, I'm afraid. I'm not Japanese.
My name is Kevin Newton. I work at Shopify, and I am honored to be here today. It feels like a pilgrimage to come to Matsue, the birthplace of Ruby, so it's very nice to be here. I was nominated for this project that I have worked on for 2 years called Prism, which is a Ruby parser, and I'm here to talk to you today about that. What is Prism? For an overview, Prism is a new Ruby parser built from scratch. We have built it with the following goals. Number one, it has to be compatible with CRuby. We want to build it such that it has the exact same functionality. Number two, we want it to be as maintainable as possible. We want this to be a library we'll have for 30 or 100 years as we go forward. We want it to be error tolerant, which means we can have syntax errors in the file and still be able to build meaningful code from it. We want it to be portable to run on any Ruby implementation, CRuby, but also JRuby and TruffleRuby and other Ruby implementations, as well as used in other tools, as Matt's mentioned with Rubocop or RubyMine or RubyLSP or so on. And finally, we want it to be as performant as possible. We want a very, very fast, very efficient parser. For a quick overview of the timeline of this project, it started over 2 years ago, but the first commit to a prototype was built in early 2022. We had our first call with the CRuby team, including Matsumoto-san, in early 2022. We made our first commit in late 2022. At the time, it was called YARP, or Yet Another Ruby Parser. It was not a good name. In early 2023, I had my daughter. Thank you. We should be clapping for my wife. So I took some time off, and then while I was out, the first commit into TruffleRuby happened, which is another Ruby runtime that was using Prism as its parser. And TruffleRuby will be using Prism as its parser in the next version. JRuby also started working on using Prism, and in their next version, they'll be releasing using Prism as their parser. We started integrating into CRuby in mid-2023. I made the first commit into syntax tree using Prism, which is a formatter for Ruby. We made another commit here into the parser gem to replace the back end of the parser gem with Prism. And finally, recently, we renamed from YARP to Prism, which is the name we're going to stick with. So how was it built? There were many factors that went into the design of this project. To start, for the approach, we made a comparative analysis of different trees. There are a lot of tools out there right now that parse Ruby, so we wanted to see the best parts of all of those tools. When designing the tree, it was important to think about who was going to use it. And we wanted to build a parser that would create the most semantic tree. It would be representative of the code that was going to run, not the syntax that was used. And finally, we wanted to provide functionality for all possible users, not just Ruby runtimes, but also Ruby tools and everyone who is going to use this tool. When we were designing for Ruby implementations, we wanted to make compiling Ruby as simple as possible. We wanted to make it so that you never had to go further down the tree to understand the current level of the tree that you were compiling. And we wanted to provide as much common functionality as possible so that everyone using this tool could benefit and not have to re-implement other features on top of it. When designing for tooling like RuboCop or RubyLSP or other tools, we wanted to make sure that every field within the tree was well documented with named fields, known types, make it very solid. We wanted every node in the tree to have enough information to be able to replicate the source, to go, we say round trip, but go back to the source it came from so that no matter what node you are looking at within the syntax tree, you can always go back to the source. We wanted to provide location information, and by that I mean the location in the source, the offsets within the source file that everything comes from, so that tooling that needs to know about the location of parentheses always knows where it is. Finally, designing for maintenance. We wanted to template and generate as much code as possible to make this as maintainable as possible. We want to provide documentation so that newcomers always know what's happening in the project and don't have to guess. And we wanted to build the biggest test suite for Ruby parsers that existed. To do this, we built lots of our own tests, but we also pulled in tests from other existing parsers. There were many, many challenges in doing this project. There are still many, many challenges. But some of the hardest ones involved escaping. There are many different escape sequences in Ruby, including some that come from Emacs. And it's required that you escape properly in order to find the end of various constructs in the tree. In order to properly parse Ruby code, you also have to properly parse regular expressions in order to understand which local variables are introduced. As Mats mentioned, Ruby has lots of encodings, and we needed to provide support for all of those encodings, which took a while. And finally, heterodox are always a challenge. Heterodox are very, very complicated, and they can be everywhere. We were very interested in testing from the very beginning. We wanted to have lots and lots of tests. So we started by testing the lexer against the existing Ripper library. We started snapshotting our syntax trees so that the next time the test suite ran, we also generated it and compared to make sure there weren't any regressions. We did a lot of brute force testing for escape sequences. We tested every possible combination in every possible context. We have a fuzzer that is constantly running and testing random input against our parser to make sure it doesn't break. And recently, we've been working on grammar-based fuzzing, which provides a grammar to the fuzzer to build random valid input to make sure we don't crash. I'd like to talk to you about the integrations that we have currently going. On the C API, we have many APIs, but on the C level, we have an integration into C Ruby. We are almost done finishing the compiler to match up one-to-one. We have started work on integrating into the sorbet type checker, which is a C++ project. We've begun work to integrate into the Artichoke Ruby runtime, which is a Rust project. Prism is now the default parser in the Natalie Ruby runtime, which is a C++ project. And there's some other tooling. There is a guy I know that is working on a Zig tooling for Ruby, and he's using Prism for this as well. We have a Ruby API for interacting with this with the AST, and Natalie is using that for eval, and there's lots of tooling that is using Prism now as its Ruby API. Finally, we provide a serialization API, which is used to make foreign function calls, which you can access from other languages. We are using this in JRuby as the parser, Truffle Ruby, and just recently we introduced WebAssembly support, and JavaScript uses Prism, and you can access the Ruby syntax tree in the browser and in Node. I'm going to pause because I just gave a lot of words and I'm waiting for the translators because I don't want to overwhelm them. Now the question of why build this. I want to interject in here and say I don't want to fight Mr. Kaneko. He has been very inspirational for this work, and I have very much appreciated all of the work that he has done. So I just wanted to say that up front. I work at Shopify, and we have thousands of developers, and we want to build a very good parser that has lots of tooling to make our developers faster. This is the business use case for this, and this is why I have been paid to work on this, because we want to make it so that everyone can learn Ruby very, very quickly. We have a fractured ecosystem around parsers. There are many that have been developed over the years. There's the main CRuby parser in parse.y. There's the Ripper parser, which is almost the same thing. LibRuby parser, MRuby, typed Ruby and sorbet, White Quark parser, Ruby parser, JRuby, Truffle Ruby, Tree Sitter Ruby, RuRuby, Natalie, and now Prism. These all do the same thing. This is not good. On top of the parsers, we have different syntax trees. We have the two in Ruby, CRuby. We have Rippers too. We have mine in the syntax tree gem, libRuby parser, MRuby, typed Ruby and sorbet, parser and RubyCop AST, S-expression processor, JRuby, Truffle Ruby, Tree Sitter, RuRuby, and Natalie. Before Prism started, these were all of the syntax trees. I have a comic here from XKCD. Situation, there are 14 competing standards. 14? Ridiculous. We need to develop one universal standard that covers everyone's use cases. Situation, there are 15 competing standards. Now we have Prism. This is not good. But we have started to open pull requests to replace some of these parsers. The point is not to eliminate work that has been done. The point is to unify. Not all of these pull requests will be accepted, and that's okay. We are opening these pull requests as a suggestion, as an opportunity to try to unify. So if all of these pull requests are merged, all of these would go away. And that is a better looking slide. I don't know if this will happen. I hope it will. I also want to get a couple more up there. We'll see. When we have all of these different tools and different parsers and different syntax trees, we develop separate understandings of what Ruby means. Every tool represents Ruby differently. every tool requires contributors to relearn what Ruby code means. And none of this makes it so that they can contribute to C Ruby. We want, if you learn how to work on Rubocop, you should also be learning how to contribute to C Ruby because it will use the same tools underneath. On top of that, there is a maintenance burden. Every time new syntax is introduced, every parser has to get updated. That was 14 parsers, plus mine, 15 parsers. This means that very minor changes in syntax have very major implications for the entire ecosystem. Everyone has to stop working on the top-level tools and come back down to the parser and re-implement it and then start all over again. So helping Ruby and building new syntax can inadvertently hurt Ruby tooling. And this isn't intentional. We don't want this, but it can happen. So what is the future of the Prism parser? Next year, we want to build much better error tolerance and messaging. I would like to build translations for our error messages so that you get error messages in any language. We want to enhance the performance. We have begun looking at vectorization for instructions. We want to support multiple versions of Ruby, Ruby 3.3, Ruby 3.4, Ruby 4.0. We want to make even more integrations into the ecosystem so that all of Ruby and all of the contributors only have to learn one syntax tree. We want to improve our Ruby library to support all of the tools that are using it. And we want to get everyone to contribute to one tool so that we can all build up a shared understanding and help newcomers to the ecosystem only have to learn one tool. Thank you so much. It is an honor to be here and to be nominated. Thank you so much.
Kevin Newton 様、ありがとうございました。
Mr. Kevin Newton, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please give big hands to the winner, Mr. Kevin Newton and Hiroya Fujinami and Yuichiro Kaneko. Could you please give them big hands once again? With this, we are going to conclude the awarding ceremony of Ruby Prize 2023.
Now we'd like to begin the lecture by Mr. Iwase, but we would like to take a 10-minute break, and we would like to begin the next session at 10 minutes before 2. 10-minute intermission. Thank you.
まもなくプログラムを再開いたします。皆様ご着席ください。
Ladies and gentlemen, the program begins in a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for waiting. Now I would like to begin the next part of the program. The presentations in this section were publicly posted and they were selected from the program committee. The first speaker is Mr. Hiroaki Iwase. Upon graduation from the Graduate School of Tohoku University, he was engaged in the key value store Rome in Ruby in an IT company, and in 2019 he joined Bandai Namco Studio, and at present he is a member of the team developing game titles for smartphones by using Ruby on Rails as a game engineer. Today, he's going to speak under the theme of Bandai Namco Studios' use of Ruby in smartphone titles and re-examination of infrastructure following the abolition of AWS OpsWorks. Now I give you Mr. Iwase, please. Thank you very much. I am Iwase with the Bandai Namco Studio. Today I'd like to speak about how the Ruby is used in our company and also some infrastructure concerning the abolition of OpsWorks. Now, let me begin with self-introduction. Once again, I am Hiroaki Iwase. I am a server engineer at Bandai Namco Studio. And in 2014 RubyWorld conference, I had a chance to speak. On that occasion, I spoke about KVS Rome made in Ruby and also Gladiator, the management tool for Rome made on Rails. And so it's been 9 years since then, and I'm so honored to be back on the stage again in a Ruby conference. The theme I'd like to speak about today is how Ruby is used in our studio, but let me begin with what we are doing in Bandai Namco Studio. As shown in the slide, we create games. For instance, titles for smartphones, which I'm going to give as an example, and also titles for consumer home games and also arcade games. And the company recently launched a new label called the GEAR Studio. I belong to a team of development and operation of smartphone titles, and I am now in charge of operating titles called Tales series called Tales of the Race as a smartphone title, and I'd like to give an example of Tales of the Race, which I would like to shorten to Race today. Now, how extensively is Ruby used in our company? In our studio, besides Race, we have several smartphone titles in development and also in operation. On server side and backend, mostly we use either Ruby or Go. The thing is somewhat different for titles which are now in development pipeline, but half of the titles which are in operation, we use Ruby. Then, actually, where in Race do we use Ruby? Basically, as I mentioned a minute ago, it is used on the server side and backend. The main area is the API server, and also we use Ruby on Rails to implement an API server which communicates with the client side and the game client, which is Unity in our case. And second area is the back office tool for game. We implement web applications for users' data management and setting of the game itself with Rails. And besides API server, we use asynchronous processing servers. And things are different from title to title, but for Race, we use gems for rescue and rescue scheduler for implementation. And in our studio, we make gems for commonly used functions for different titles, and they are not made public, and basically they have been in-house used, but basic functions can be used across titles, and the titles used and operated in Ruby, those gems are utilized. And for different tools, we used Ruby for writing a simple script for organizing the data and processing the data required for games. This is the infrastructure structure which moves the various servers I mentioned. As you can see, we use AWS for infrastructure. In specific, we use AWS OpsWorks. We will come back to this topic again later. So for the time being, let me move on. Now, OpsWorks. I mentioned this all of a sudden, and I'm sure that there are many non-engineers in this conference today. So please allow me to go through very quickly what OpsWorks and Chef are all about. OpsWorks is a configuration management service provided by AWS. It uses configuration management tools such as Chef, and it automates server instance setting and the deployment of applications as provided by AWS. Now on Chef. Chef is a configuration management tool that automates server configuration management. Chef can be used alone, standalone, but as I mentioned earlier, OpsWorks provides Chef's system, so we use Chef from OpsWorks. Now Chef. Recipes, setting, and configuration files are written in Ruby, so recipe is more or less a familiar system for Rubyists. Then automation. What are being automated? Various processings are automated already, and this is just an example. And all of those are managed by Chef's recipe, so basically they are written in Ruby. Now back on this configuration diagram. This is called the production stacks. The stacks for real environment. OpsWorks also has layers underneath, and in our studio we have a layer for each different server function. It's difficult to see, but for instance, application service layer and game management server layers, among others. For other elements and components, I will not go through in detail for today, but basically all of those are managed by AWS infrastructure services. We have application load balancer, and data uses a database system called Aurora, and some sessions and cache and asynchronous processing queues are done with the Elastic Cache, and access log and error log and data for KPI are sent to S3 for further data processing of different kinds. So for infrastructure, configuration and management are automated and coded. So today, to some extent, the application engineer is able to manage infrastructure too. In Bandai Namco Studio, in operating titles, on that stage, infrastructure engineers provide the minimum support, and basically application engineers operate infrastructure. The big advantage is that both application side and infrastructure side are written in the same language. As a cloud service is now used, so it is no longer necessary to procure on-premise server or set the initial settings at the data center, but still all this requires some learning cost. So in that sense, the infrastructure written in the same language Ruby, as is the case with application, is a big advantage. And also in hiring engineers, when we hire application engineers who can write in Ruby, they can also look after infrastructure. So it's a great advantage that application and infrastructure side are written in the same language, Ruby. Now, AWS OpsWorks stacks, it is going to be out of service. It's going to be abolished in May the 26th next year. Well, the ideal was to start building from zero, but the titles already in operation due to cost balance, and also there might be some changes required in operation. And so in certain cases, not easy to rebuild from zero, from scratch. There could be various ways for automation besides Chef, but if possible, we'd like to continue to use Chef so that the method operation wouldn't change very much, and we'll be able to continue to use the Ruby systems, which have proven to be quite effective. Then what can we do? Now the migration. Regarding this, AWS recommends AWS Systems Manager, SSM, to shift from WS OpsWorks, and they prepare scripts already. But for various reasons, such scripts are not used very much according to AWS, and currently in cooperation with AWS, we are trying to verify how we can manage by using script and SSM. Now, what is SSM to start with? In a sense, this is a safe end-to-end management solution for hybrid cloud environments. So it provides various management solutions that integrate and collaborate with various AWS services, and it provides various services and functions as shown in this slide. Chefs can be used on SSM, as is the case with OpsWorks, so we don't need to construct infrastructure from the very beginning. So we can migrate Chef environment to SSM at a low cost, and we are able to use Ruby recipes in the new infrastructure environment. And now for migration, we use scripts in Python. It would have been perfect if the scripts were written in Ruby, but unfortunately they were written in Python. Of course, there are various preparatory stages we need to go through, but actually this is the command to complete the migration, and layer ID of OpsWorks. This is not the ID of stacks, but rather the layer ID, and that needs to be identified, and then specify what information is required for migration. An instance family and size need to be set appropriately based upon the instance information on OpsWorks. And the template is to be generated on the cloud formation, and then a clone of applications can be finished down to provisioning. For Chef execution, there is a documents, a series of functions in SSM, and AWS apply Chef recipe is a document in this regard. And also, you can read run command among others, but documents are called up and Chef is then executed. So this is too busy, but this is AWS apply Chef recipe. And now, with the use of a Chef recipe, I mentioned that various processings are automated. But if the eigenvalue for each environment is written to recipe, that can be used only for that particular environment. So this is separated in the form of JSON file from recipes on the OpsWorks on the web console. Basically, directly JSON is managed, but on SSM, a JSON file is put out as a file in S3. When executing the migration script without option, such a bucket with such a name is prepared, and the very end is account ID for AWS, and inside the bucket, a JSON file is output. And once the setting is done, custom JSON for each layer, that is output also. Now, instance management function we used on OpsWorks, and on SSM it's going to be managed under auto-scaling group. OpsWorks provide time-based and load-based functions. Although there are some differences, SM provide a dynamic scaling policy and a scheduled scaling policy. Predictive scaling policy doesn't exist with the OpsWorks. So the past access volume is used to predict the future access number, and accordingly instance number are adjusted. And there are some points we need to bear in mind for in verification. First, as I mentioned, for the migration script, the migration is not for stack but for a layer. The script is assuming one stack, one layer configuration. So for multiple layers, migration script needs to be executed for each layer. Now, Chef execution time. Custom AMI, if something like that is prepared, then we need to consider the time required for ASG launch. And recipe meta file, and this must be metadata Ruby and not metadata JSON. Depending upon the timing of making a recipe, there were both JSON and Ruby. And metadata.json, the script execution itself can be done, but there could be an error. And also, there are some patterns for Chef execution failures, and this was also acknowledged by AWS, and they are planning to fix. A few days ago, when I checked again, the fix they might have already been fixed. There might be some errors still, but all of the problems might have been fixed already. This is the summary. I'm already spent 15 minutes. Now, SSM migration script has not been well used. So I hope that my talk has served as a kind of information for those of you who haven't used OpsWorks yet. So with this, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Sorry, I rushed toward the end. I hope that you will continue to enjoy Race of the Tales of the Race. Thank you very much for your patronage and for your support. Thank you very much, Mr. Iwase. Due to time limitation, we will not be able to take questions from the floor through this presentation. If you have any questions, please approach him on an individual basis. Please give Mr. Iwase a big hand of applause once again.
Now, I would like to invite Mr. Yamaji Hiroyuki to the stage, and please give us a bit of time to prepare the stage for the next speech. Now, we would like to move on to the next part of the speeches. The next speaker here is Mr. Yamaji Hiroyuki. In the confidential computing environment, the language processing is now run. So he is making large contribution in various facets. Today, he will focus on the Ruby interpreter, which is run by the Intel SGX enclave. Now the stage is ready. Mr. Yamaji, could you please start your presentation? Thank you. I'm sorry, I apologize that it took some time for the preparation. Ruby interpreter, which is run in the Intel SGX enclave. My name is Yamaji. I am from Tsukuba University. Intel SGX enclave, what is it? I would like to explain what it is. In recent times, while collecting data program is to be run, and there is such an increasing demand. For example, Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud are the cloud services. Users actually do not trust that providers, but they can actually execute the confidential computing system. And in the personal environment, a server is actually doing that confidential calculation, and copyright is done, and while data is acquiring and obtaining that service is provided. So because there is a processor help, the isolated program can be run. It is called the confidential computation or computing environment. The environment is actually depending on the integrity of the data and so confidentiality of the data, and also the integrity of the data. Outside this environment, the software program might be run. Therefore, those programs cannot access the internal data or modify that. In this environment, there are various multiple representative implementation trust zone. At the time of the booting, secure world, which is actually the environment, can be generated and created. In normal environment, the process is run. Secure world is actually executing the confidential processing. AMD is actually providing secure encrypted virtual SAV. The total VD is actually encrypted, and then confidentiality is protected. Intel processor provides software guard extension SGX inside one process, and a specific function can be actually implemented in the confidential environment. SGX is compared with SGA, and the programs run in that confidential environment can be actually made smaller inside. Therefore, that vulnerability cause risk is minimized. That is the biggest benefit we can gain. Intel SGX was chosen in my research for executing this concept. SGX provides that confidential environment from the sixth generation Intel Corpus processor incorporates that on the memory enclave and is a protected area, which is actually on that surface, and the number can be done, and the OS hypervisor can be actually included. They are all isolated from other users. SGX features are quite prominent, and protection is by the level of function. Enclave and actually the normal environment have got a order, and actually function call is actually one possibility, and from the outside to outside, inside it is an equal, from inside to outside of call. In this particular case, this is a normal func1. By u equal the func2 inside enclave can be called. The enclave and func2 can be actually called and is calling func3 in the normal environment. SGX has got a certain problem, so there is a limitation that it cannot actually execute. If an encode is used for the system call or call is used, so you have to go that it has to go outside first, and then in the outside coding can be performed. SGX and program and development C language and C++ and Rust and so Go are oriented, and the kits are available. In these kits, enclave system call is not actually accommodated. Therefore, there is a limited function in the standard library. Those languages, the compiler type of languages, the script oriented development kit is not made available yet. In this environment, the Ruby-oriented SGX program is to be developed. That is a very strong demand. Ruby-based development can be made possible. In that case, garbage collection and high-level processing possible. When compared with C language and C++, the destruction risk of the memory is minimized. Ruby-based development is possible. What are the methods? Inside the Ruby, interpreter can be executed. That is one solution. In the enclave, interpreter is to be executed, but the system calls cannot be used. That is SGX limitation, which is a big barrier. So the script shield, which is available, was modifying the libc, and the all-code-based the transparent was possible. C language based was possible by enclave. So Lua and JavaScript and also Square interpreters can be executable in enclave. Having said so, however, system call implementation is not sufficient. Ruby uses that implementation in other complicated interpreter. This is not still accommodating their demand. There are other options where assembly and WASM can be implemented or can be utilized. In Ruby, interpreter itself can actually compile to WASM, and if WASM runtime can be actually combined together with that, and in enclave, a Ruby execution will be made possible. Having said so, however, I tried this particular method. WASM runtime implementation was not sufficient. Therefore, inside enclave, the interpreter could not be actually executed. Even if it is possible, WAFNA does not provide thread and also nest, and the interpreter cannot actually accommodate and respond to those functions. In this environment, therefore, C Ruby run in that enclave is in SGX enclave. By achieving that, Ruby based on the high-level processing is possible, and also risk will be minimized for the memory loss. So this is the policy. Ruby interpreter has got a new environment. SGX should be defined first. In this environment, this is different. This offers a different API, which is not the same as a standard library. API is essential for the interpreter. All of them are used, and the Ruby application uses certain ones. They are also provided. Enclave development kit does not offer certain APIs, then the unique implementation is done. By using OCall, that outside an API can be used. Outside an enclave, API is used, and then the values cannot be trustworthy in total. That could happen, but the Ruby application developer should be actually understanding that and should make their own decision. Outside enclave API can be used. The semantics might be modified according to that. In that case, we do not plan to offer that sort of a function. This is a policy. Ruby interpreter is compatible with WASM. There are some modifications to make it compatible. So that can be used as the reference, and when the Ruby interpreter is run in the in WASM, and they are quite similar to each other. The environment are very similar. In the environment of WASM, Ruby is implemented, and in addition to the Ruby interpreter, WASM-VC is used as a standard library. And WASM-VC is a MuscleDBC implementation. So that is a very basic implementation. The API offered by that and is a subset of MuscleDBC. MuscleBC. In the Enclave SDK offering a standard library is called OEDBC, and WASDBC, MuscleDBC is based for the implementation. Therefore, that offering function is very similar. Due to those reasons, for these reasons, interpretation, the transplantation should be oriented to is actually taking the reference to the Ruby implementation towards WASM. This is a Linux-oriented Ruby interpreter. The system call is used, and actually it is actually compatible inside. Having said so, however, semantics might be modified in some cases. In that case, you cannot actually respond to that by using all code. For configure script should be modified in the first place. What is configure script? Interpreter is built up at the time of that, and depending on the build environment, and the script is used for making that. In the configure script, a new build environment is actually added as SGM. In Enclave, the library and compiler option as necessary. They are designated by that. In the implementation of configure, Enclave and disable. So some functions which are not can be used and can be disabled. Garbage collection and SAC. Let me discuss this one. The implementation of Ruby is based on the stack and the register, and then the referred and obstacle is processed. The stack processing requires a certain start address, and in Linux, that start address is an pthread attribute and get stack. That is a function in the standard library. However, Enclave usable PC is get stack and is not actually offered by that. Outside Enclave API is to be called by on-call semantics is modified. Therefore, the on-call based implementation is just impossible. In SGX, Enclave uses the max stack size, and Enclave can actually bring in the maximum number of threads, and actually at the time of Enclave, the setting that is statically set. In the newly developed development kit as shown, the total stack region of that Enclave can be divided by the number of threads. And then each region is actually defined as each respective thread stack. For these reasons, the insufficient thread attributes are actually identified. The development kit is offering OEXGTD to CS API. So by using those APIs, the start address of is actually can be obtained, then the implementation can be performed. By taking those methods, the garbage collection of the stock can be correctly done. The thread API, there are certain problems we have to address in the thread API. The Linux-oriented Ruby and the pthread is used for the thread API implementation. However, Enclave-oriented and pthread in API thread function is not offered. Furthermore, mutex and also conditional variable are actually the unique implementation in, and therefore the pthread outside Enclave cannot be actually used as they are. Then the thread generation function and inside an Enclave, so 1 versus 1 generation is actually taken as a policy. Inside Enclave, the thread creation is called pthread create, and then by all call from outside helper 1 is called. Helper 1 outside Enclave is actually subjected to the normal environment, and then by using the P thread, and it performs its function. And inside the enclave, and helper 3 is executed. Helper 3 is originally was what can call that function F. O call was used for the calling of helper 1. After the thread set up, by O call can return to inside an enclave. And so the thread outside and the function F inside the enclave, there are three threads in the enclave. So the two threads can be called inside an enclave by having those implementation. The Ruby implementation was made possible. The simple calculation and garbage collection can be performed, as well as a piece thread and thread API use and file I/O inside the enclave. Those can be performed. What are the remaining issues we have to address by encryption, file I/O, and also enclave code and integrity can be actually verified by the remote attestation. So we can actually achieve that. We plan to achieve that and remote station. So in normal environment, an interpreter is working, so the coordinated and function is one of the agenda we would like to address. This is a summary. SGX and enclave, and inside the enclave, and C Ruby is to be run. The new builder environment was set, and also thread and stack address and should be actually implemented, and also the thread and the collection was actually done by using garbage collection, and the enclave was enabling those Ruby interpreter. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Dr. Yamaji, thank you very much for your presentation. Due to the time limitation, we will not have the time to entertain questions from the audience. If there is any question, could you please meet the lecturer and speakers in the later times when you exchanging names. Now, could you please give him the round of applause to express our thanks to Dr. Yamaji. Thank you.
Now, I would like to invite Mr. Tetsuya Hirota of Dogland Corporation. Could you please wait a while until the stage is ready? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to have the next lecture. The speaker is Mr. Tetsuya Hirota. He is a CPO of Dogland Incorporated, and he is also the CTO. He is engaged in bioinformatics database development, developing application using deep learning. He is also, as a volunteer, teaching programming courses mainly for children. Today, his title is High-Speed Parsing, Massive XML in Ruby. Mr. Hirota, could you please go ahead? Thank you very much. I am Hirota. I'm very happy to be here. So there are a lot of technical discussion, and I also would like to talk some technical issue. And this is English slide, but I would like to speak in the Japanese language. So my title is High-Speed Parsing Massive XML in Ruby. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tetsuya Hirota. I'm serving as the CTO at Dogland Inc. The company is located in Shizuoka. My main responsibility was already mentioned by Ishihara-san,
bioinformatics database development, and also developing application using deep learning, and also teaching programming courses for children as a volunteer. And I already talked about that in this conference in the past occasion. Okay. This is Docran's expertise. Let me share with you what we are good at. When we say database, the life science database is what we are excellent at. And also raw data of life sciences can be converted, and also tools for visualization, and that's what we do in our company. Today, I would like to talk about high-speed parsing massive XML as part of bioinformatics database development. And this is a project we are working on, and I would like to share with you our results so far. This is a big project, and we have a huge database, and this is a bio project which we are working on right now. So in the bio or life science, like genomic analysis or RNA data, which is related to COVID-19 vaccination, and such database actually accumulated, and that's available as a public database. And bio project is actually can be found in them. Just sequence information is not good enough. So experimental data, where that study was done and who did, what kind of papers do we have, all that related metadata is necessary. In this bio project, this is not a sequential sequence information, but part of public database we have. And I'm not a specialist in bioscience. I'm a specialist in system development. For 20 years or 30 years, a lot of know-how has been accumulated. Once it was started with XML, therefore, bioproject data has been accumulated with XML. And it's getting huge, as it's mentioned here. One file is as large as 2 gigabytes. That means it's very difficult to handle. As you can see, the problems. So the bio project is offered by the site. Just a limited search patterns available. When you want to do the complex searches, XML takes too much time. So that is a problem. Therefore, in order to have a better use of XML, we try to do something about it. Then, when we want to do the parsing using Ruby with XML, we just tried. In this case, we have another database, and bioproject XML was extracted as JSON, like one line is for one JSON. So that is a file of the multiple number of JSON. The Ruby standard is ReXML. Then the frozen somewhere and no response after all. It's 2 gigabytes, so it's too huge. And I think you often use Nokogiri. We tried Nokogiri. Then it took 35 minutes. And it used more than 10 gigabytes of memory, but it's completed within 35 minutes. But when we want to keep 2 gigabytes of memory, we try to do the expert search, but it's very slow. We had a request for implementation request. We had a kind of work of Python sample. It's so-called eta path method can be used. It took only 8 minutes or so. 8 minutes, 13 seconds in my PC, very short. It is because each element, there's a tag. each element in the first layer is lazily loaded. So it does not eat up too much memory, and it was so quick. Then we wanted to make something like a ether purse. We tried to find one, but there's nothing like that in Ruby. We decided to develop one. So that is the story I would like to share with you today. In making this, there are three stages we have to think about. Number one is the first layer. So first layer element and latent reading. Then each time for each element can be passed. Then results element is actually brought into JSON-L. Output extracted JSON-L. As to the first part, the latent reading by first layer item. So in this case, we can call it enum path because it's Ruby. So that's what we call enum path. In making that, so first, the modulate operation, we try to read it, but with the modulate source, tag name, slash, and slash tag name. So it was very slow for ordinary the operation. It took very long. We tried to find out a better method, like a so-called SAX specification, which is a conventional method in XML. So we tried to use SAX. So you may ask what SAX is. So SAX is different from DOM. In DOM, you can find out the tag name at random. SAX is different. SAX, sequentially, it can read when tag or attributes are found, then event is raised, and you can do something with the event. It's such an API. We decided to use it. Nokogiri has SAX already incorporated, so we tried to do that. Then in the first layer element, with SAX, it took 13 minutes, as it's shown here. So output of JSON-L to that level, it took 13 years. So this is probably acceptable. Python 8 minutes, and in this case, 30 minutes. We thought it's acceptable, but we wanted to accelerate the speed because it's only 8 minutes using Python. So parsing part should be expedited. So we always use Nokogiri for XML, but there's another library called Ox. It seems very fast. So it's very difficult to see. You can see the table. It's very fast. We tried. As it mentioned here, about 8 minutes. So within 8 minutes, we could do that. So it is the same speed as the Python sample. But we should not be self-conceited at this level, so we wanted to try a little more. In Ruby, the director, we know the director, so with parallel processing, CPU will be necessary, but it's fast. So enum purse plus Nokogiri and director was used, and with this pattern. Nokogiri, when we actually used Raptor instead of Nokogiri for certain part, it actually didn't work. So only in the main thread, parsing was done, and then XPath was used to get a value. That's what main thread done. And JSON-L portion was used with Raptor. Then JSON output took time, but 7 minutes and hour. So it was very fast. That was our impression. So if you use Nokogiri with this configuration, So I think you can get high speed or higher than Python sample. But I remember that Ox was fast, so we wanted to try more with Ox, so enum plus Ox plus vector. So when we stick to the speed, in such a case, Ox could be integrated in vector. So the reading part was in main thread, and that's passed to the vector, and passing and output by vector without the parallel processing. It took 6 minutes. Of course, CPU usage was increasing, but it was very fast. We thought that sax portion can be replaced with aux. We wanted to try more, and we actually did. However, sax inside aux was not speedy. It took more than 8 minutes, so we gave up this plan. Then, what is the best idea? So I think Nokogiri is preferred by many users. But if it's large, then it's very difficult to install Nokogiri due to gem dependencies. Therefore, DivXML Sax version can be used. And I created enum path using DivXML Sax version. Of course, DivXML and aux and JSON, and that can be done parallel using vector, and time was fastest, like 5 minutes 34 seconds. It was fastest. So if you don't use Nokogiri and you are focusing on high speed, probably you'd better use this method. So we have gem including all this information, and DVXML version, I didn't have enough time and have not shared this. And not so many people may use a massive XML, but if you use it, you can probably think about this kind of option. Today, my time is very limited, like 15 minutes. So I actually rushed, and I only could talk about just the highlight area. But for the details, as other people mentioned, that the Ruby Conference Taiwan, I have another opportunity to speak more. So if you have a question, could you please ask me over there? Thank you very much. I could finish within time. Thank you. Mr. Hirota, thank you very much. Because of time constraint, there's no question and answer session from the floor. So if you want to ask a question, could you please contact him individually? So could you please give big hands to Mr. Hirota once again? Thank you.
No. The next speaker is Mr. Mu Fanton with 5 times Ruby Company Limited. Please wait for a few minutes until we set the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'd like to invite the next speaker. The speaker is Mr. To move on. He is a Ruby evangelist from Taiwan. He also is an organizer of a Ruby Conference Taiwan, Rails Girls, Ruby Jam, and also he founded 5 times Ruby Company Limited, and he helped companies and startups around the world, Taiwan, Japan, United States, Singapore, in the development of Ruby-based products. Today he is going to speak under the theme of practice for internet-based political party activities in Taiwan using Ruby. Now, Mr. Tu Mufan, please. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So, I'm going to discuss how we implemented the system for people to join a political party and its activities in relation to practice of internet-based political party activities in Taiwan using Ruby. I am a Ruby evangelist from Taiwan and the organizer of the Ruby Taiwan community. In Japan, I am known by the name of Ryudo Shu. I founded a company 5 times Ruby in 2014 to facilitate the use of Ruby and support Ruby community in Taiwan. Our main business today is contract development of software products and services. Our client base is quite global, including those in Taiwan, Japan, Singapore, and United States. My talk today is related to one of such businesses. Before I begin the main topic, let me introduce to you an event, the Ruby Conference Taiwan 2023, December 15th and 16th. This conference began in 2010 and draws the largest number of Japanese attendees among Ruby conferences around the world. One highlight of the conference is MDD, Maths-Driven Development. Matsumoto-san has been participating in these conferences since 2012. This conference presents to Mr. Matsumoto and Mr. Tim Rayleigh, developer of Hanami, as a keynote speaker. The conference offers 28 sessions in 2 tracks. Tickets are now on sale, and as the chief organizer, I am sincerely looking forward soon seeing you again in Taiwan. In this presentation, I will explain how a political party in Taiwan called a New Power Party uses a website to manage party affairs, and then I will describe how the technical debt accumulated on its old version and ways to renew its functions and the challenges we met in this process and how we overcome those challenges. Founded in 2015, the New Power Party is the 4th political party in Taiwan, and it has 3 seats in the state legislature and 6 seats in local assemblies. It is the only political party in Taiwan which manages almost all party affairs on the web. For the web-based management, it mainly uses its official website, which has 5 main functions. They are party membership management, payment of membership dues, donations, election of party officers, and web contents-related matters. They are particularly different from other political parties in the membership management and party official elections on the web, and I will discuss these 2 activities today. The calculation of party membership and expiry date of the membership is similar to the concept of subscription service. This flow chart shows how the validity of membership changes. When the member who joined the party in the first half of 2023 fails to pay the dues for the next period by June 30th, 2024, his membership expires. If this member pays the dues in the subsequent 2 years, he can regain the membership, and duration of the membership is counted on a continued basis without a break. However, if he didn't do so within 2 years, his membership is withdrawn and he may join the party again, but his party career is reset to 0. Next, about the election process of party officers. New Power Party is the only political party in Taiwan in which members of the 2 highest decision-making bodies are elected through complete online voting. The upper 2 organs are membership Representatives Assembly, which is a body defined by the Political Party Act of Taiwan, and the Decision Committee, which is the decision-making body for operational matters. Members of these two organs are elected online, and the organization in the lower half are in charge of operational execution. In 2015 and 2019, when the nationwide general election was held, this party elected candidates for proportional representation through online voting. This is the process of party officers' election. Election period starts on the day of official announcements of the voting date. Party members whose membership is valid and who has been the member for a period longer than a specified length of time, half a year, on the date of announcement may vote. A person whose membership has expired shall not vote even if one pays the dues after the election period began. While the registration of candidates stays open, candidates may register online, and after the registration is closed, election committee examines the credentials of the applicants and announces the results. And during the question period, the candidates engage in open questions and answers with the party members on the question system. 1 hour before the voting starts, ballots are sent to the mail addresses of all members eligible to vote, and voting is accepted for a few days. After the voting is closed, the system counts the votes, and the result is announced to all party members. That is the process of election of party officers. The old system was developed by volunteers when the political party was founded, and the system continued to be used, being maintained and operated by hired engineers. Due to resources shortage, both manpower and finance, functions were added sporadically when needed for many years, and no test codes were written. When I took over the system, it was impossible to update almost all the functions. So I decided to review the whole specifications of the system and rebuild the system. This table shows differences between the old and the new versions of application stacks. In the interest of time, I will focus only on these 4 improvements and challenges in the process of making such changes. First one is enhancement of functions related to party membership management and member status. To join the party, the process goes from the membership application on the web, authentication by email and SMS, payment of membership dues, and followed by qualification examination by the staff in charge. On the system, there is a user account for a non-party member called Friends of the Party. Friends of the Party can become a formal party member once they go through the membership application process. But for any user account registration, email and SMS authentication is required. For membership fee payment, online transfer as well as the bank transfer and cash payment at the party chapter are accepted. The most important functions in the system are process of membership application and confirmation of membership validity. In the older version, there was the biggest confusion in those functions. So first, we normalized the database and separated data of the party members from the user model, and also the method of judging the validity status of the membership and expiry date grew too big in the user model, and we divided the method into multiple methods for modeling membership data to eliminate unnecessary overlap of functions and judgment criteria so as to reduce coding complexity. As a result, we could reduce the code by more than 1,000 lines and enable the system to pass the default standards of RubyCode ABC size. Next improvement is the separation and rebuilding of party officer election system. This is the election process of the party. Sending of the notification and delivery of ballot sheets to all members and vote counting are all batch processed according to a schedule and must be completed by the designated deadline. And in the old version, all the batch processes had to be manually executed by engineers. The old version had the following security problems. It didn't require login for voting and could not identify voters. And also, it didn't encrypt voting data. And also, it didn't have a error handling for the event of re-access to the same URL. In changing the data, we used active job for scheduling, and execution by engineers was not necessary, and it became easy to test. Also, regarding the security improvement, first we used the encryption function of active record, and login was made necessary. The previous election system was part of the website, but due to the election which was to be conducted while the new system was still being developed, we had to make improvements as a Rails project with independent functions. We also have to establish compatibility between the old and new websites. We decided to use the doorkeeper and implemented OAuth authorization server function in the old and new website to allow election system to log in as auth clients. As a result, we were able to achieve the 80% test coverage. And with this new election system, only 2 engineers, including me, worked only 1 month for making improvements. Now about the IC/CD automation test and development. To promote the development and to improve the quality are the aims of CI and CD. And also by automatically creating the sandbox, the engineers can test, and also to realize this, we used the Ruby gem, developed the project, and we used the GitHub GI and set the deployment. This is the CI pipeline for one pull request. For each pull request, commit and push processes such as lint, test, build are executed, and only when basic security check and syntax style check are passed, code review can be initiated. On the deploy stage, on the far right in the previous slide, a CI pipeline builds review application based on the Docker Swarm. Review app is an independent sandbox environment which has a host name specific to each pull request. After merge of pull request, the review app is automatically eliminated by CI job and resources released. This allows the project manager and other people concerned to check the operation of the latest functions and does not require manual deployment by engineers. Now, data migration. Because of the significant change of the schema, migration code as well as the conversion of attachment from carrier wave to active storage were necessary. Since such a migration code was for an one-off use, it can be implemented as a Rails engine, and once it was installed in the main app as a private gem, it can be deleted from the gem file after migration. This is a private gem, so as regards the Git token required for Docker image construction, it was passed from the environment variables of CI to build arguments. We thus avoided the hard coding of the token to the source code. In actual operation, the migration this year took only 30 minutes and went smoothly, and it's been more than 2 months since the operation began, and there has been no problem such as data loss. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And one more. This is after review app is successfully deployed. This is how the is opened. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Tumufan. Again, we cannot accept questions from the floor. If you have a question, please approach the speaker on an individual basis and exchange business cards. Please give a big hand once again to the speaker, Mr. Tumufan. Thank you.
Ruby Biz Grand Prix 2023's awardee business and speech and are to come. Before doing so, however, we'd like to have about half an hour break. Ruby Biz Grand Prix 2023 speeches are starting at 25 to 4 o'clock. At 3:35, we are starting those awardee businesses speech session.
この休憩時間に
During this break, there are coffees and beverages available on the ground floor in the exhibition hall. Just outside this hall, there is the Japanese green tea and also Japanese sweet prepared for those participants. It is every year's protocol. This Japanese sweet is only prepared and as an limited edition, original RubyWorld conference and Japanese suite. I hope that you enjoy that. Around the entrance and exit of this hall, the supportive sponsors and products and also materials and articles are presented for all the audience. During that exhibition hall, you can see the booths prepared and presented by those supportive sponsors. At 10 minutes past 3 o'clock, and Vital Read is starting his presentation. 20 minutes past 3, a platinum supportive company, Help Feel, is giving a short presentation. Please enjoy those opportunities too. If you need some devices for the translation, they are available. Please come forward to the receptionist desk. When you leave this hall, could you please return the receiver and the device to the receptionist desk? If there is any technical issue or problem, please let us know. The car park is available. There is a free charge service. You can use the car park free of charge. Please come to the exhibition hall on the ground floor, and there is a charging station in the exhibition hall so that you can charge your devices, such as a smartphone and others.
まもなくプログラムを再開いたします。お席にお着き
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to restart, resume the session now. Now, we would like to start Ruby Bizana Grand Prix awarding presentations session. In this area, we identify the businesses which have been using the Ruby's features so that they can initiate and also expand their businesses across the world. So we present awards to individuals or businesses. It was started in 2015. On the 8th of November, yesterday, in Matsue Teresa, in this city, Ruby Biz Grand Prix 2023 award presentation ceremony was performed. There were 9 awardees, among which 8 were actually invited in this Ruby World Conference 2023 speech presentation. The first speaker is from VAL Research Institute Incorporated, which was awarded the Social Impact Award. Mr. Yamazaki Takashi. Mr. Takashi Yamazaki is a speaker. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Yamazaki. I am from VAL Incorporated, and I feel very honored that our company was awarded with the Social Impact Award in various business areas, and innovative services are provided, thus giving large positive impact to the society. And we are very pleased that we have been chosen for this one. Expert web services, what? In the public the railway and also transport services, and we provide web APIs through which the best and the most efficient transportation route can be devised. And we are celebrating 33 anniversary by giving that information. We support people's transportation, and we are very pleased that we have been given this contribution opportunity. This web expert service is web API expert in various services, and our program can be incorporated in various approaches. Therefore, the public transportation services and those companies can take advantage of our program. In the manufacturing system, for example, that the business trip reimbursement is conducted, and for the calculation of the travel fares, and it can be done efficiently. And when you try to find the best station for going to the destination, you can find some good advice. So not only in that transportation, but also the expert and web service can be taken advantage of and utilized for various areas. In the expert service, and Ruby is used, and more than several tens of thousands tests have been conducted. And then automation is supported by a program as well. And the public sector transportation services are changing while responding to the changing circumstances, and we provide our customers with stable and also innovative services. I was listening to Mr. Matsumoto's keynote address. Reliability is important as well as efficiency. So in order to have the advancement, and we are using Ruby so that our credibility and reliability and efficiency are advanced. We continue to use Ruby so that our business can be growing further, both domestically and internationally. Thank you. Mr. Yamazaki, thank you for the speech. The next speaker is also from the awardee of the Social Impact Award. The name is Findy Incorporated. Mr. Naoto Hamada is the speaker. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Hamada. I am from Findy Incorporated. Yesterday, we were provided and awarded the Social Impact Prize of the Ruby. And in yesterday's ceremony, I was listening to Matsumoto-san, and Findy is very famous, renowned among engineers. And Matsumoto-san also registered himself. That was very, very pleasing for us, and we were all very gratified. Our company is still start and up on the stage. Findy might not be known to so many people yet, and if you are not actually knowledgeable of Findy, taking this opportunity, could you please come aware that the Matt is actually Matt has been told that he has registered himself, and if we increase the subscribers, we shall be very pleased. Let me talk about the Findy. Matching service was actually the start and the initial service, and in which an awareness was actually known to many people, and many people say that we are supporting that the job hunting. It's not only dedicated to job hunting, as shown here. The engineers who are challenging to their ideas and are supported by us. So engineers' life cycle and also the development and can be supported by various services we provide. For example, knowing yourself is one part. Engineer Lab is actually one media through which you can actually get various information about very actively working engineers, and online and offline. About 10 programs are actually distributed, and among the engineers, there is a communication and networking is expanding through our services. We provide that sort of opportunities. If you are looking at a team-based one, HNE Plus, which was presented yesterday, is used. That is for visualization of the progress in development. In the end, we can actually support the advancement of the productivity in various companies. Finally, Inc. is committed to resolving various matters which are bothering engineers. And if you remember our company as a company which can provide you with a solution for the problem solution. With my sincere thanks to all of you and the organizing committee, I would like to conclude my remarks, and the Social Impact Award is the one we were given, and as it's represented by the name of this prize. We would like to continue our commitment to the betterment of the life and also people in society. Thank you very much, Mr. Hamada.
Now I would like to invite Yumi Incorporated, Mr. Atsushi Ishii. The company also received Social Impact Award. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. We received Social Impact Award. We are Yum Incorporated. You use various applications like those shown on the charts. I think you are all using it. And we can have various combinations
so that your work can be automated. So that is the SaaS type application we provide to the customers. For example, the sales management tools and something can be checked and the email can be sent as a result. If you work with this kind of processing, because you can write a Ruby programming, you can actually automate that process. There are people who cannot make Ruby programming, therefore they have no solution. Therefore, we provide solution for such people in the programming or Ruby. These are good tool for these people who have never used it, can utilize it for their efficient work. We are aiming at that kind of society in our product development. So social impact is what we are aiming at. Well, we would like to help contribute to the problem like efficient work style or a labor shortage in life. We would like to contribute that kind of areas through our product or service. So you may have the service which can be available free of charge. You can just try it and then you can just pay for the service. So I hope you can have efficient work with automation, and I hope you'll be able to use our service. And today, we are so happy and privileged to receive social impact, and that is something we are targeted. Thank you very much. I would like to finish my address. Thank you very much. Mr. Aichi, thank you very much. Now, I would like to introduce Viewport Corporation, which received special award. Mr. Ryosuke Akiyama, please go ahead. Thank you very much. I am from Viewport Corporation. I am Akiyama. I'm serving as the CTO for the company. Well, last 1 mile transportation platform is what we are working for. And we have the direct contract with the owner of the baggage, and we have the transportation work. In the logistics work, we do have the 2024 issue. Because of the work time constraint, there will be less drivers in the logistics market. Then we can help that kind of situation with a platform, like with efficient transportation, efficient logistics. And the joint logistics program is what we are offering for, so that with a less number of drivers, people can transport products or goods. In limited district, like a 3 kilometer or 5 millimeter, if there are 5 sites of picking up luggage, if there's a 1 person for 1 site, you need 5 drivers, but we can integrate the sites, then 3 drivers can actually work for the 5 sites and can pick up the luggage and transport the goods, and we can achieve efficiency. So that is what we are working for. However, just having mechanism is not enough. We need to have a practical solution. So owner of the baggage and we have a contract so that we can share the driver with various number of the companies, and that kind of mechanism. And also logistics have peak and less peak during the daytime or during the month or during the year. So we have to handle this kind of fluctuation of business. It's a big challenge for us. And so in order to have an ideal workplace is very difficult, but system-wise, it's a very difficult but a fulfilling work, I think. So we are very happy to receive this prize, and Shimane Prefecture officials said that Shimane Prefecture also faced this kind of logistic problem. So I feel everyone is feeling the pinch of the current situation, and that's where we can contribute. Talking about our development, we started development in 2015. So 1 person to 3, very limited number of personnel, but by using Rails, so probably the sites can be fully utilized. We will concentrate on the core business, and other business can be provided but outsourcing service. That's how we can develop with a limited number of employees. So I hope that the further prosperity in Ruby community, and so that we can fully utilize the rail to expand our business. That's what I hope. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Akiyama, thank you very much.
Now, we would like to invite the representative of Kabuku Style Inc., Mr. Keigo Seta, who was awarded the special award too. Good afternoon, everybody. So, I am very happy to be here. Kabuku Style is the name of our company, and Hafu is the name of our service. I would like to introduce to you Kabuku Style or Hafu. Have you heard about those names? Or have you? Hafu is the name of our service. It is actually the journey travel subscription services. You use the site and to search and air tickets and also hotels. That particular experience can be provided as a subscription services. When you book in hotels, and it's often very expensive, and in a weekend, more than 100,000 yen per night per room might be charged. And usually it is more than 10,000 yen per night per room. But at the fixed price, and we get the order from customers, and we can provide them with a successful booking, not only in Japan, but also internationally. We provide that service, including Korea, Thailand, and Peru, and Dubai. In almost all parts of the world, the Hafu service has grown so that customers can use this service. We can support our customers. So it is a fixed monthly service fee, service charge, which are paid by customers, while the hotel tariff changes. And how can we actually make a billing, make a profit based on that fixed price charged to customers? And we have got a business model which is quite advanced. Algorithm and technology can be used as a solution, while the market prices change almost every day. And we provide that service across the world. The system is based on Ruby, and many parts of the world, those people are traveling using our services. Let me talk about the Kabuku Style. 90 or more than 90 new employees are coming from outside Japan, Ukraine, Poland, America, United States, and Thailand, and others. And those people come to join our service and on remote services, on full remote services. My dream is this, and I talk and I have a discussion with an engineers across the world. Ruby's and joy and also pleasure are all understood mutually. And so we can have a very frank discussion with those engineers who are all very pleased with Ruby's joy. And that is started in Japan, now disseminated to various parts of the world. That is very moving. So every day we are so joyful and also moved with what we can do through Ruby. Now advertisement. In Japan, we hardly employ new people, but there is only one post available and offered to Japanese people. Among you, you might think about that you might have some interest in our services, and actually the services are based on English. And globally, if you have got some aspiration to do something together with Ruby and together with Kabuku, you can have a very good opportunity of English language and also learning a lot. Thank you very much. Seta-san, Mr. Seta, thank you very much. Also, the special award was awarded with Dentio Incorporated. The representative is Mr. Takeo Kimi. Thank you. So we were awarded with a special award. The company name is Dentio Incorporated, and I would like to introduce you our company. consumer electronics and related and subscription services. The service name is also Rentio, just like the name of the company. Our mission is to create new consumers and activities and new consumers and consumption. So that is what we would like to achieve. Let me tell you more details. So without buying, the customers can try some consumer electronics, so gadget and some high-priced and consumer electronics and something you want to buy. But once you buy it, you might find that these are not satisfactory. Pretty much, and upgrade might be possible, but if you buy something, you don't want to have a failure. You don't want to have a disappointment. So we actually provide services and to offer the rental use, and after 1 year you might not be still satisfied. In that case, you can return back that consumer electronics. Then, and when that product is returned back, and it can be actually rented to somebody else. Maybe somebody would like to use the video camera for 1 night and 2 days only for special program they are participating. So we would like to offer some new way of enjoying the consumer electronics without buying. That can be developed as a sort of common knowledge and in society. So to that goal, we are making effort in our business. 5,200 products are offered in our service. So it is in the rental services of the consumer electronics, but that include the apparel and products. So we have expanded the product lineup so that the consumers and our users can enjoy and also try various products. If you are interested, please do use and access our site and use our products. Some advertisement. We are also positive about hiring some people, especially engineers position, and we would like to offer some employment opportunity to engineers. There are some students in here, and we are not actually particularly strongly hiring the new graduates, but we are not refusing them. So if you would like to get some opportunity like an internship, please communicate with us, and we are open to the students as well. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kimi.
Next, UO Corporation. Mr. Toshio Sankyo, could you please go ahead? UO also received Grand Prix Award. Thank you very much. I am a product manager and engineer, and my name is Sankyo. I work for UO. UO, as you can imagine from the name of the company, this is a fish-related business. Well, our company actually started from Tottori, and the founder was born in the fisher's family. And the bidding operation of the fish is getting small, and the number of fishers declining. So he considered he wanted to contribute to the prosperity of the fishing industry. So the founder started just a fisher in Tottori, but he wanted to work hard to make it big business. Now, well, we can provide information about the fish so that buyers from all over the country can have access to them. People in various parts of the country can enjoy the fish they have never tried. So this is what UO is a platform. And 3 years ago, we released this UO platform so that people can get information about fish and can have access from the fish. So it's an area, the industry where digital technology cannot enter easily, but we did our best, and with a steady effort, we slowly introduced this. And 90% of Japan's central fishing market uses UO. And they actually sell and buy fish in the supermarket or fishing store nearby, there may be some fish brought through the UO platform. Our headquarters is located in Hiroshima, and we have the office in Tokyo. We have development team and remote team. The feature of development is that we do want to have the transparency of the work, and we want to acquire knowledge. So sales members and product member also visit fishery market in Hiroshima or the fishing port in Shimane and Tottori, so that they have a good understanding about the work and to find out what kind of product service will be suitable to the industry. So we want to have the development which fit the actual people who are working there. So if you are interested in this kind of service, could you please join us? We want to work together with you. So it is our first time to participate in the Ruby event, and I was so much impressed and moved by the great community of Ruby, and we will keep using Ruby so that the marine product will be brought to you, and we will work hard. Thank you very much. We are very happy to receive this award. Mr. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Shunsuke Michi of Pixib Corporation, another company which received Grand Prix award. Could you please go ahead? Thank you very much for your introduction. I am CTO of Pixib. My name is Michi. It is our great honor to receive Grand Prix award. Thank you very much. Well, Pixib, actually 2007, illustration, manga, and novel were posted. So Pixib, it's a posting service of these works. So we wanted to expand the service. For example, for creators, the booth for the creators, or Pixie Factory, or manga comprehensive service, passive, or Pixib novel, or communication application, Pixib sketches. We are covering various domains, and so we are working hard to cover all these areas, and all the service are actually related to Ruby and Ruby all days, and we have official site. In 2012, Pixib comic was released. Over 10 years, Ruby all days have been fully utilized to grow our business. It is because Ruby is a language which has been actually prospering so far, and together with Ruby community, Pixib as a company have grown. So together with the Ruby community, I hope Pixib service will further be developed so that we can have a more enjoyable life, especially posting of manga or novels all over the world. And that's what we are aiming at. So Pixib and the Ruby community, I hope they will grow together. And the sponsorship or event support is what we are working for. And Pixib staff will participate in this kind of event and also be committed to the development society of Ruby. Talking about Pixib, we proactively having a new engineer. So over 11 years I have been working for Pixib, and 2011 I joined as a new hire. So I hope that students will be interested in working for Pixib. And there are a lot of engineers, and mid-career employment is also what we are looking for. So we hope to work together with you. Thank you very much.
So happy, is that your uniform? I like it. Thank you very much. So Ruby Grand Prix 2023, please give a big hand to those companies who were awarded for the prize. This concludes Ruby Grand Prix 2023 presentations and speeches by the winning companies. The next presentation is by Mr. Kuwabara Masataka with Money Forward. But before that, let's take a 10-minute break. The next program begins at 4:15. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Now we invite the next speaker. The speaker is Mr. Masataka Kuwabara. He lives in Okayama Prefecture, and in January 2022, at Money Forward company, he has been engaged in a RBS maintenance for the development of RBS and also the development of Money Forward Cloud Accounting Plus. And the method he likes about Ruby is IO reopen. He has been standing there for some time. I'm sure he is feeling nervous. I'm sorry about this. Now I give you Mr. Kuwabara, please. Thank you very much. The theme is RBS tutorial. Let me start with a self-introduction. My name is Kuwabara. I am called Pokke, and I am in charge of Cloud Accounting Plus application and maintainer of RBS with Money Forward Inc. I live in Okayama. I came by Yakumo train this morning. iOS reopen is a very interesting method, so I encourage you to read this. Now, Matsue. This is the second time after the interval of 5 years, and this is the time I came 5 years ago. Snow laid heavy, and there were a lot of traffic congestion, difficult to get on the bus, but Matsue Castle looked so beautiful. Today, this is the goal I like to achieve in developing applications with RBS. What kind of information you would like to know to do this without confusion? And the presentation materials, I wanted to open this before this talk, but after this talk, I am going to disclose this presentation materials, and you will find a lot of URL and useful information. And RBS, what is RBS? What kind of file it is? And then I'd like to go through some RBS syntax and describe how to start RBS. And the ways to use libraries is rather different with RBS, and also some references as I give you a lot of links. Now, RBS file. This is the language to define the Ruby types. From Ruby file, it is completely separate from the Ruby file. At the same time, different from Solve, which writes a type with the Ruby code, but for RBS, a quite separate language, RBS, is used for implementation. And the files are separate. What does it mean? Basically, .rb file, usually you don't write type definitions. And this relationship with the Ruby file and the RBS file are similar to .c and .h, or JavaScript.js and JavaScript.d.ts. Those relationships are similar to each other. And as one more feature, RBS environment, what class and what methods are contained with RBS, and that is the environment. And RBS environment is created only from RBS file. So classes defined in Ruby file, and that may exist in Ruby, but if there are no definitions given in RBS, and RBS doesn't recognize the class. And those are the areas which might change in the future. The first one is that RBS definition may be written in RB file, and that has been suggested for some time. For instance, within comments, you might want to write definitions. And as I mentioned earlier, within Ruby, class definitions may exist, but it doesn't get reflected in RBS, and that should be changed, and such restrictions should be relaxed according to the opinions of some users. Nothing has been decided, however, but in order to introduce the RBS, those are some of the changes I'd like to see in the future. Now about RBS syntax. There are many similarities with Ruby, but there are also differences. So this may confuse you in certain cases in the beginning. First, class and module definition. They are now quite close to what is with Ruby. For module definition, no difference. And for class definition, almost the same with Ruby. But the definition of constant is different. In RBS, what you need is the type information, so only integer is given for x. And at the very end is the most recent function. In Ruby, you might want to give a different name to class. And in RBS, that can now be supported, and the syntax is somewhat different. And after class, you enter a class. And for method definitions, this is most characteristics about RBS in comparison to Ruby. The simplest one is the top case in Ruby. 42. If that is the return value for RBS, there is no argument, so integer should be returned. The next example, private. The visible identifier is to be written before def. That has been recently introduced. Or, in a usual case, you may write private. And the method of receiving a block can be written. And the keyword argument is also supported. So what can be written with Ruby, the methods, definitions are supported, and Atra Reader, among others. And what doesn't exist in Ruby exists in RBS, for instance, interfaces. String I/O and I/O, you cannot write that a certain class is received. So read is to be defined. If you could read, then interface reader can be used. And in the case of a reader interface, a read method, and you may receive the two arguments and return a string. With such a method definition, interface can be defined, an object which meets that interface, then I/O or something you make can be passed on. There are some other features about syntaxes, type alias and type parameter, among others. Syntax MD is the document that describes such information in detail, so you might want to start reading such a document. Now, how to start RBS? I want to show you a small minimal example where RBS, STEEP, and the VS Code are used. So that's the example I'm going to share with you today. First, VS Code, but other editors also supported. RBS, I'm sure works on editors you use, but STEEP works on editors supporting LSP. So logically, if it's supporting LSD, any editor can be used. But plugin which highlights RBS syntax is preferable, and Tools MD is the area where you can find a full list of editors. VS Code, I believe, is now quite convenient as it is well integrated with LSP, and Shotaro Matsumoto, who develops LPS, are also there in RBS as officially developed plugins. So those are the matters you might know well. But in reality, gem steep needs to be written and require false is something often recommended. I'd like to share with you later about RBS collection. In using that function, require false will be quite helpful. And the other is just bundle install. And gem RBS are not usually required because Steep depends on RBS gem. Now, the configuration of Steep. This is the minimum configuration of Steep to run. And what it is now doing is as follows. First, the second line, a signature, shows where RBS is placed. In RBS, SIG directory is used, and signature SIG is usually written. Then Ruby file in what directly should be checked, so check needs to be written. Through this lib or app, in the case of Rails for app, directly check can be executed. So this is the minimum configuration of Steep to run, but what type analysis should be designated? In such a case, Steep unit allows you to generate a Steep file, and then by reading this, what items of configuration are there can be read. So after writing such a gem file, in this case, this is a method where a string doesn't exist, then error is shown. and a method storage, it can be possible. So with this, you can write this much. And as directory configuration structure, there are several things. As I mentioned, RBS file are usually under SIG directly. And when gem package is used, when the file is in SIG directly, RBS is disclosed, and else directly should be written in SIG directly. And SIG directly, underneath it, there are the strong restrictions. So basically, you can run the steep no matter how the placement is done. But I recommend that Ruby structure the same with the Ruby file. For instance, for raise app, user RB. In that case, user RBS, user RB SIG model, user RBS, and bean steep, which is also very convenient. But I'll skip this. And actually, I don't have time to go through this either. But when you use Rails app, RBS Rail is the gem I make, and I recommend you to use this. And for RBS prototype, is something to use for generate RBS, and which is good for making a large application. And this is something I discussed at Ruby Kaigi this year. So for large applications, how you can use RBS, I recommend you to visit my talk at the Ruby Kaigi 2023. Now about libraries. In RBS, there are three kinds of libraries. One, a core library, for instance, array string, which can be used without requiring. And second, the standard library. Path name, Reaper, those which are included in Ruby, but requirement is necessary for use, and gem. It is not included in the Ruby, and you need to make requirement. And bundled gems are also included. Then how it is handled in RBS? In the case of a core library, the types are valid without doing anything, and a type definition of Rail can be used without doing anything, and array type definition basically isn't used. And for standard library, it contains their signatures, so you need to specify the gem explicitly to load it, and this can be, however, covered by RBS correction. And for gem, it's more or less the same. Basically, you use RBS collection as a tool, and gem type definition, whether it's in SIG or it could be taken from a GitHub repository, and RBS collection as a tool. 2 years ago in Ruby Kaigi, I discussed this one, so please look at it again. So I'd like to show you some of the links briefly. If you want to know more about syntax, Syntax MD is a good place to start. And 2 years ago, I wrote a major overview in my blog, and also I recently wrote another one. And for developers, C's are manually written, so if you read past C, I'm sure that you'll be able to understand completely. That's for developers. And for official documents, docs directly is recommended, and RBS by example is a good material. You can learn RBS by looking at examples, and I think that's a very good starting point to learn RBS. And where the current RBS exists, core file and standard library and gem, what kind of libraries are there would be understood if you look at this document. And also my past talks can also be a good reference material. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Kuwabara. Again, no time for questions from the floor. So please exchange business cards with him and ask him on an individual basis. Please give him a big hand of applause. Thank you, Mr. Kuwabara.
Now, we would like to invite the next speaker from Canon Medical Systems. The speaker is Mr. Masatoshi Seki. We will prepare the stage. Could you please wait a little bit? Now, we would like to invite the next speaker, who is Mr. Masatoshi Seki. He is a programmer, Ruby committer, and ERB, DRuby, and Linda also. He has been making a lot of contribution in various areas: object orientation, distributed system, extreme programming are the subjects that he is particularly interested in. Since 2006, he has been contributing his lecture in the Ruby Kaigi. He is author of the DRuby book, The Pragmatic Programmer, and also the 97 issues which programmers should be aware of. Today's subject is ERB hacks. Thank you very much. I am very happy that there are so many people in the audience, and I would like to talk about an ERB today. I am a committer of Ruby, and I have written DRuby, Linda, and ERB. Some time ago, I gave a lecture at the Shimane University in this prefecture. Usually, I am active in the Torubi community, and more recently, Pokemon card game World Championship is very popular. I was a representative of Tochigi Prefecture in 2010, and the Pokeka search system is talked about. And Torubi means that actually the monthly meeting, and the next month we are having the 200th meeting, and it is held on first Wednesday of every month. Ikeda-san came to me and he asked me to give the tutorialship, and he is running his company in Tochigi Prefecture. The name is information design, and if you ask his work on a commissioned basis, and always Torubi's and technical support is provided for the customers. It is of high economic value, so please think about it. So this is an advertisement of Pokeka. This was just published recently, and ancient Pokemon and future Pokemon are very active. So I would like to talk about the future and the ancient times. The ancient times is actually the prophecy, and also it's actually concordance or discordance. In the future, I would like to talk about the helper to be implemented. In the ancient times, I would like to talk about my engagement in 1999 when ERB was born. The entity text can be replaced with a library in template. And Maeda-san gave me the idea about eRuby. So this is an eRuby certificate, and Maeda-san gave this post and posted these comments. He was working as a part-time employee. So in the angle bracket, you can write another equation and the formula. It is the same as is today. There is some difference, and print and the percent and meaning the same thing. Percent equal is actually that standard output, and so it is actually communicated and actually connected to that printed. That is an original spec. So please think about it. And I thought it was quite wonderful, and I wanted to create it myself because it sounded so fascinating. But at the same time, this was too oriented to that system because it is actually that output. So this is actually what we know about the CGI. The process is created every time. CGI response is this. So standard and print was actually the basis. Therefore, the latter part of CGI was actually that puts. So that was a background. ERB and was actually natural line of extension of the ideas. This is rather boring puts, and this is a typical CGI script, and you can see so many puts in the end. If you use a here document, it will be a bit better. The number of puts has decreased, but Ruby is actually the subject. Therefore, escape is actually in the text. In the case of eRuby, Ruby strict is changing to that actually text. And the text can be output and also printed. Therefore, puts is reduced. So this script is escaped by enclosing it with that angle bracket. I don't think it is good. So this is actually that embedding of the Ruby script in the text. Idea is good, but it is so oriented to the CGI's end. Therefore, now there was such a prophecy. So I don't think so that would not be a major one, and it would be CGI model might be actually emulated by some sort of server model. So now this is actually part of the page, and it can be actually created by method in Reyes, and it is called helper. Template does not exist on its own, so that is actually coordinating with the Ruby's script. So that is harmonious relations. In the large big one, the templates are here, and the templates will be actually nested. So templates can be used somewhere else outside this particular environment. Now let me talk about the CGI modeling. For each request, the model is prepared. So the job is necessary beyond the border of the request. So maybe I thought it would be long-living. In that case, you have to go to the distributed and the parallel processing. Therefore, maybe that SD dot would be a problem. I had some sort of rather negative feeling. Maeda-san is implementing eRuby. I felt so, but I tried to write it myself as well. eRuby and also ERB. And the ERB Lite was actually prepared by me and posted it instead of actually that printing, but it was actually the assembly and the compilation of the text and the strings. I wanted to support. So eRuby can be actually translated. So that was the main point. So eval and eClass and the module header can be actually accommodated. That's what I wanted to achieve. And I thought that if this can be used, I would be happy. Then something happened. Ruby is to be used 256 times more. And I thought my idea, my dream was actually coming true. In 2001, it was published. Also, Tada and also Baba and DRuby and Ruby are actually extremely admired by them. So I wanted to be approved. That was actually given by those two authors. So that was a very wonderful book. So this became that standard library. What you are using today is this one. And 25 years ago, so next year it will be the 1/4 of the century will have passed. I believe that as a prophecy in those days, the prophecy was not so bad and not so untrue. But I believe that I have a lot of joy if I create myself. So I don't use it. So this is about the future. I would like to talk about the future now. So Rails in Rails, the block-based helper can be implemented, but because of the block issue 10 years ago, it was given up. In the Ruby conference, I applied for this one, and after that application, I came to realize that it would be perhaps resolved. I was thinking about this subject to be talked about. Because our products and the technique is used very often, insert a template and proc can be used, which is good. And the method ERB def can be actually changed to method. Let me talk about the method system or method way. So helper is good and very helpful, and it is actually provide you with an easier writing. And the proc is also good and within the template, and that can be actually realized and achieved only within template. So this was actually the huge questionnaire survey. For each question, there was a large space for the responses. The attributes and also the name and ID should be actually unique. But if possible, so the related matters can be written in one template. This is an actual survey questions. It was about quite an expertise area with an expertise and also professionalism. And for each question, you expect that there would be that the space for the answer. But for each section, you have so many detailed and optional answers. So for each question, almost 100 options were actually offered as answer. 10 megabytes was necessary for presenting that, posting that. And proc was used, and I was planning to talk about proc. Proc is to be used many times, and so if you call that location where you would like to actually use that repeatedly, you can do that. And then almost a template-like specification or the instruction can be prepared like that. This is actually the part where you compile in red, not the compilation on that location, but you can say that I am going to compile there. This is actually proc. Therefore, the parameters can be delivered. You need to be careful about the timing of calling. So this is an angle bracket is not actually percent. It is actually the. So because you would like to have that compilation. And 10 years ago, I could not resolve that issue. That issue came to my mind again. To 2014, in the Ruby Kaigi, he talked about it. Matsuda-san's talk. 10 years ago, Matsuda-san actually came forward for consultation, and the template and engine of Rails can be actually returned, reassigned to ERB. The answer was no. And I tried to achieve it, but it was not. The block is started, and it is a regular expression. This is unacceptable, not acceptable. Because it is not acceptable, it was turned down. I didn't think that it could be actually kept in such a way in proc. And I believed so for a long time. But then I realized this. In the Rails and the capture helper is available. Inside the block there are strings. You can actually extract those strings. Before or after that capture those, something like a helper emerges. I wanted to write it with a percent equal. Percent equal versus block. The block associated method. So if you create and capture it easy, but actually to create a method with a block is very, very difficult. When it is converted to ERB, this is what you will see. This is actually the syntax and a tree, syntax error. And I could not give a good answer to Matsuda-san's question. And I'm telling you why I could not, I failed. And when I tried it, and I felt like perhaps I could achieve it this time, 10 years afterwards. So this is that parenthesis, and so this is a regular expression, but that was bad. So this is actually the syntax. So on the part of the buffer, you can deem it as the buffer side did processing. In that case, the buffer can be eliminated. The ERB is actually changed, and so you can actually customize the conversion method to Ruby. Then the outcome capture can be actually done. So I tried to do it. I believe that it could be possible, but it was not such a straightforward work. I thought that I could eliminate another angle bracket, but it was not. Without parenthesis, and syntax error appears. What about actually the external one? Without the parentheses and the method is out. That could be actually accommodated. However, so if you use this block, this is a concat and block, and so this you cannot place that block as you wanted. But this is okay because it is actually the assembly, reassemble. So that's okay. As far as the assembly is concerned, assign is concerned, it's okay. This is plus equal. Plus equal is wonderful and spectacular. So this is actually outcome buffer, which we prepare. So the conventional buffer is wrapped, as you see. This is actually in the spring, but in the case of a rail, now you can do that. With regard to the plus method, the plus equal can be combined with that, and the plus is creating a new object. No, and you should do it via yourself, this self. And the capture mechanism was what I wanted to do something about it. Buffer capture class is called, so in that case, temporary internal buffer can be replaced with that temporary buffer. Then when it is done, you can actually reassign that again and record it again. So I did it, and it was working okay. So buffer and the outcome buffer and also plus equal customized. Then it worked very well. So buffer preparation is ERB out of class. That should be actually created. Plus equal is used for the connection of the equation, and then you can actually extract the outcomes and the result. And you can see this one by using this code. So capture implementation can be done, as you see. Block argument is here. So in the binding of the block argument, the local variable real out should be accessed. You access that, and it is actually that buffer class of outcomes and the result. ERB class and capture method can be called. Then inside there, the block created method can be actually extracted. I have some more minutes to talk. From now on, what I'm going to do, it was a very small scale testing, and the method was limited. In the Rails and the environment, we can actually advance it. Perhaps if Master-san can actually commercially use that, but I am using. So somebody else in the audience can use that, and even if you cannot work it, and it doesn't successfully work, maybe. So I would like to see how it was actually performed. I am very keen on getting information. I talked about an ERB ancient times and also future. DRP is often the opposite, but the ERB is really wonderful and spectacular. So block based helper can be implemented. That's what I wanted to touch upon today. Mr. Seki, thank you for your presentation. It was just on time. Thank you. You actually completed your presentation just on time. Because of the time limitation, I cannot entertain the question, but if you meet him at later times, then you will have opportunity to have a talk while exchanging your cards. Mr. Seki, thank you for your presentation and discussion. Thank you.
Now, we would like to invite the next speaker, that is Mr. Koichi Sasada. Could you please wait a minute until the stage is ready? Now it's time for the next lecture. The speaker is Mr. Koichi Sasada. He developed YARV virtual machine for Ruby when he was in college. In 2007, it was adapted for Ruby 1.9. As a Ruby committer, he was engaged in high-speed language programming and performance improvement of virtual machine and garbage collection, implementation of concurrent and parallel processing. Currently, he works for Stores Corporation. He also serves as a board member of Ruby Association, and also he has a PhD for information science. So he will talk about concurrent and parallel programming by Ruby. Could you please go ahead? Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Sasada from Stores Corporation. I would like to talk about concurrent and parallel programming by Ruby. So there are several mechanisms for Ruby for concurrent and parallel programming. So I would like to briefly explain that. And in this kind of topic, synchronization of the common data is often a challenge. You may think you'd better not do that, or if you do, there are some methods. So that's another topic I would like to talk. And this is my self-introduction. I work for Stores Corporation, and I am Ruby interpreter developer. And Stores Incorporation supports digitalization of stores, and I learned it for the first time when I joined the company. So the stores, shops are digitalized. That's supported by our company. And since the company uses Ruby, so I was engaged in Ruby development. Today, I would like to talk about concurrent and parallel programming, which I'm engaged in, and I have been working to support this. So I would like to talk about the basics. So my talk will not be too complicated. Talking about programming, it's ABC task is assigned to computer. That's what programming means. And ABC. In this sequence, task should be done. Then, in this case, sequential programming, one by one. So this is the sequence we order to the computer. Next one, parallel programming. So ABC, not in order. So any order, anything, okay, ABC should be done simultaneously. Like when CPU is a multi-core processor, No, physically, the several processing can be done. Then ABC can be done in simultaneously so that the total time of processing should be shorter. So that is parallel processing. So the purpose is make it quick. Next, the concurrent processing is like ABC. There are 3 tasks, and so the ending time is this the assigned. So the order is up to Ruby interpreter. So in this concurrent processing, well, so it can be parallel and non-parallel, okay. In case there's just one PCU, it can be done sequentially. Or in this case, this C, like a C stops because of IU. On such occasion, then what can be done? Then B can be done. And that's judged by interpreter. Then the machine switch to B. So that kind of work will be done. So that the system to support concurrent processing. So this is the summary. So sequential programming, the sequence is determined, and A, then B followed by C. So if human being write this, it's like this. And in case of concurrent programming, A and B and C, you don't have to worry about the order. Then it can be done anyway. Then among the concurrent programming, the same time simultaneously 3 to be performed, so that the time needed will be 30%. That's parallel. So concurrent and parallel. So I would like to use these wording with the definition I talked about. Seki-san already talked about something. In this year's Ruby conference 2023, he talked about this, and I remember this, and let me quote. So this kind of concurrent and parallel program, there are a lot in the world. I think this is true because Seki-san said that sequential programming and sequential processing is rather a special case. So concurrent and parallel programming support is very important, and I'm working to improve that support. In Ruby, what kind of tool do we have? Here, you can see the Ruby 2 point something. Up until 3 years ago, there's a multi-process, thread, and fiber. There are 3 tools were available, and each of them have features. So according to what you want to do, you can decide which tool you should use. Okay, talking about multi-process. In order to do multi-processing, there are a lot of tools available. So process class can be used, or DLBD developed by Seki-san, or these days, just recently, the Rails can be used. The Mark II jobs, then Sidekick can work behind the scene. And also Unicorn can be used so that with the multi-process, the several process can be made, and that can process web requests. So that kind of configuration can be used. In this case, the feature about this is that parallel processing is possible, and the data share is read-only. So it's hard to have a cross communication, but you don't have to communicate a lot. Then each is isolated and a clean condition. So if some problem happens, that process is killed, and the whole system will be okay. On the other hand, OS process management is necessary. So that's quite cumbersome. Therefore, this kind of tool can be used. I think it's best to have tools to do that when you want to manage the OS process. As to multi-thread, thread class can be used. Recently, or I'm not sure, Puma. If you use Puma, you can handle web requests through multi-thread. As to concurrent Ruby, this is a mechanism to support thread programming. This is also released, so I think you can fully utilize this kind of thing. In case of C Ruby, so it is just a concurrent processing, not parallel. So in case of web request, some read occurs, another request can be processed. Now, all the data can be shared among threads. So good news is that there are less memory consumption. However, difficulty level of programming because the data is shared among threads. So read and write. If reading and writing is done at the same time, then problem could occur. That's one negative aspect. If we want to make it perfect, then programming difficulty level becomes higher. So I think thread programming is complicated, so you'd better not do that if you are not an expert. As to C Ruby, so when you have the one Ruby thread, one native thread, like a Windows thread or a B thread, must be made. So if you make 10,000 threads, the system will explode, or explosion is too much to say. Maybe system becomes very slow. So you'd better, and it's heavy, system becomes heavy to deal with. Rather than making so many process, making threads can be lighter, but I think it's really difficult to make so many threads. Fibers. In other programming language, coroutine is a name used. So the shifting or changing over, so shift to what should be written, and it's all can be written, but this is a good and also cumbersome at the same time. And it can be used only for memory. So in the operating system, thread making is really cumbersome, but you can get rid of this kind of difficulty. So only when process parallel processing and context switching, a process and thread, automatic, however, fiber, manual. And the fiber is the best when it comes to the generation management, because from Ruby 3.0, Raptor and schedule have been added. Let me talk about that. As to fiber scheduler, Falcon, the same as Rack. No, the same layer as Puma, and it's a web application server. And async fiber scheduler implementation can be used, and very light web application writing is available. So this is the type of the software. What I'm talking about is that fiber can be used manually. So you have to manually write which time you are going to switch. But that can be written by Ruby. So it's a very convenient mechanism which can be introduced from Ruby 3.0. So writing, if for ordinary people, like a raised application writer, have difficulty of reading, therefore async is released. So I think it's better to use async. So by using async, fiber-based concurrency can be handled, and so far you might have worked on the fiber, like the switching manually, but that can be done automatically. And it's implemented with async. In comparison with threads, it's good because fiber is much lighter. So it's light. That's a good thing. So this is a merit of fiber schedule, and I think it's comfortable, just like using thread. As to Raptor, Ruby 3.0 had the Raptor. Synchronization should be written or read. If you want to that, synchronization is necessary, but you don't want to do that, so it cannot be shared anymore. So the number of the objects in which data can be shared will be quite limited. So so that the synchronization problem can be avoided. However, programming model is different, so user application should be rewrite or library should be rewritten. So it's not penetrated the market yet. As to the data sharing, because of this restriction, the concurrent and parallel processing is okay. In the past, it works only in thread. However, when it comes to Raptor, the several Raptor can work together at the same time. And you can see Raptor and fiber schedule which have been added. So when you fiber scheduler, generation management cost is good and context switchover is automatic. Therefore, in comparison with thread, this is the difference. So generation management is much lighter. The Raptor, the parallel processing is available. Now, are we going to have addition of them from Ruby 3.3? Thread will be made lighter so that M&M scheduler was introduced by us. How are we going to use it? Thread. In making thread, the environmental variable can be designated to start a problem. Then thread implementation, like native thread 1 per Ruby thread 1, that's implementation. But by using user level thread, it will be much lighter. So lower layer implementation is just like we do with the thread. So by making MN schedule, the generation management cost is lower. So theoretically, it's similar to fiber scheduler. So by using MN thread, the cost for the generation management is low, like a fiber, theoretically. So maybe I will talk more detail later. So theoretically, I think this is a summarization. So by using thread or fiber scheduler, no difference that we are aiming at. And Raptor can be right, and I think we are targeting that situation.
This is one example from the benchmark result. Empty concurrent task, 10,000 empty tasks. So the task is finished very quickly. And so we can only look at the generation overhead for sequential processing, 10,000 loops, almost nil time required. But with the use of fiber, a little bit of overhead occurs. For threads, a little bit overheads. And the fiber scheduler, overhead is higher than fiber scheduler manual, however, quite small in comparison to threads. And from Ruby 3.3 scheduler, in comparison to thread, it's much faster. For Raptors, 10,000 empty task with Raptors, very slow. This is something we need to pay further attention to. So not empty task. What about this? 4,000 data download from one URL. A sequential 2 seconds. With async, with the appropriate handling of I/O, a lot faster, but twice as fast as sequential. This is the fastest one at the moment. And with threads, thread management overhead is higher than sequential, but with MN scheduler added, a lot faster. The blue is the generation cost, almost nil generation cost with the threads with MN scheduler. It seems that it works faster. In comparison to async, it's a bit slower, but with the Ruby 3.3 released in December, by that time we hope they'll be able to do the good tuning for threads with MN scheduler. So what concurrency primitive do we have with Ruby is what I have gone through. And in the next release of Ruby, I showed you some of the improvements you might want to expect to see. Now, thread API and synchronization, some further discussion. Well, time is running out. I don't have enough time, so I cannot go into the details, but some ideas. Thread generation with Ruby is accomplished easily with this writing, and thread waiting for thread, thread value or thread join allow you to wait for thread completion, or thread queue or size recovery can also be used. And for error handling, it's a bit detailed, but if you want to go through squarely, you need to write a error handling and thread interruption. When thread is running, if you want to interrupt, there is a way to do so. So those are the primitive with thread. What about thread synchronization? This is the next piece I'd like to take you through. First, we create a person class. A point of a point card. There is a point anyhow with the class person, and we created the object and koichi. And right now point is 0. This is an example of threads competing with each other. Thread 1 and thread 2 almost simultaneously want to add points. That are the requests issued simultaneously. T1 wants to add 10, and the T2 thread would like to add 20 as points, and the total should be 30. If it is done sequentially, right now it's 0, and adding 10 means 10. So add 10. And when the value is 10, thread 2 load the point and reads the current value as 10, and they want to, thread 2 want to add 20, and 10 plus 20 makes 30. So the point here will be 30 at the end. Something strange has happened. Let me redo this. It's gone. So you get the right value, 30, which is good. So that's a usual program. No problem took place. But something odd happens when there are some mistakes. Thread 1 loads 10. The current value was 0, so the total right now is 10. And before writing by thread 2, before written by thread 1 as 10, and if thread asks what the value right now, and if the value is still 0, then thread 2 adds 20, and on the other hand, thread 1 wants to write in 10, and thread 2 writes 20. So at the end of the day, in this case, 20 is written after 10 is there. So it must be 30, but actually 20 is written, and that is the data race between threads. In order to avoid this, we need to use a lock mechanism, as you know. In Ruby, we use a mutex. Within synchronization, when the block is executed, a lock is placed, write something, and then unlock. During locking is working, thread 2 may want to modify the value, as is the previous case, but thread 2 cannot get the lock, so unlock must take place first before T2 writes. So processing number 7 is delayed. As a result, the write value 30 can be written. So this is a textbook-like data competition case between threads. But what is the problem? We tend to inevitably forget to use lock. The previous case was a simple case. So if you look at it closely, the programmer may notice that the lock has been forgotten. But if the problem is too large, it's really hard to recognize that lock has been forgotten inadvertently. Lock should have been done, but that has been forgotten inadvertently. Also, even if there is a problem difficult to notice in certain cases, the previous example is that the problem took place when a strange timing was used for writing it. And this is 1 out of 1 million. And such a thing cannot be detected in a test program. And it's really hard that the number is wrong. For instance, it is 20 instead of 30. If the program stops, then you might notice something is going on. But maybe you do not notice if the difference was only 10 points, like the case between 20 and 30. So it's really hard to notice such a problem if the program is too complicated. In the case of Rust, which has a type, you can force lock with the use of type. But such a type cannot be is difficult to use in Ruby. And another issue is that it is difficult to combine multiple locks. Or you may want to move the points. 2 people, Koichi and Yuki, each one of them has 100 points. And thread 1 want to move the points from Koichi to Yuki, and thread 2 want to move the points the other way around. And locking is necessary, and each one may use a lock. T1 and T2 uses locks for the purpose consistency, but at the bad timing, the following can take place. After T1 gets a lock, and T2 tries to lock again. So after T2 gets the lock, T1 tries to lock. 6 can never take place. Yuki's lock is there, and in 4, the lock cannot be placed. So this is a competition between 2 locks, and no further progress can take place. And this is called the deadlock situation. And such a problem can take place more or less easily. What is the solution? There can be multiple solutions to overcome this problem. But after all, such a problem should not be treated in Ruby. Concurrent processing shouldn't be written, or you may just leave it to external database. But in writing a program, such a problem does take place. So one solution is transactional memory. If you are writing a database, as pessimistic lock can take place. In that case, the other party will not be able to modify the data. And optimistic lock is that we assume that data lock wouldn't take place, and if take place, you would just do again. So optimistic lock is something that is used in transactional memory synchronization. A few years ago, I made a transactional memory, and T-var is the implementation. And it is called the Rakta T-var, and this is a transactional memory usable between Raktas. What it does is as follows. If you have such a value, atomically, that block is a transaction. Within that block, the value can be accessed. but there should be a commit at the end of the block, and if there is any competition, that block should be redone. And this is a concept which is often done in database. What is good about this is the transactional memory outside the block, the value cannot be accessed. So we just do not forget into transactional memory. By mechanism, you cannot forget to lock, and also multiple locks. They may come to a deadlock more or less easily, but with the use of atomically nesting, at the end when the commit is done, and if there is a conflict, you redo it, but you can redo it from the first block. By so doing, you can write a workable one. So it's easy to program, and also a deadlock will not take place. So this is the synchronization method I often prefer. I have gone through various tools and mechanisms for parallel and concurrent processing for Ruby. And for Ruby 3.3, we hope that more improvement can be made with the introduction of M and scheduler. And synchronization is a difficult issue in certain cases. And I recommend that you do not do this. And in the case, you might want to use a transactional memory. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Well, we would like to entertain some questions from the floor. If you have questions, could you please raise your hand? I think it's so silent. Well, please use a microphone. There is a person who wants to ask questions. Very slowly, the microphone has reached to him. Thank you very much for your presentation. The transactional memory was the last topic. So as a performance, is it practicable in terms of performance? Well, I think it's up to aborting rate. So without abortion, it's good. So only leading is okay. Or if there's any conflict, and pessimistic lock is faster. So that's my impression. So rather than performance, I think that errorless program is more valuable. That's my feeling. Therefore, transactional memory is recommendable. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Please. Open your eye. Addressing UI, do you know when that happens? There are some requests, and we are now reviewing. And expanding ecosystem is what is necessary, and we'd like to spend more time on that effort. So I haven't answered such pro requests. I would like to take on that. So it's possible. If you are determined to do it, I'm sure he will do it. There may be more questions, but it's time to thank the speaker. So please use other occasions and approach him on an individual basis. Please give a big hand to Mr. Sasada. Next speaker is Ms. Keiko Itakura with Medley. Before this, we would like to have a 10-minute break. The next presentation begins at 5:35. 5:35. Thank you. One information, Mr. Hashimoto Toshimitsu, you dropped something. Please come to the Secretariat, room 303. We have something found for you.
Now we would like to start the next session. Ms. Itakura Keiko is from Shimane Prefecture, and Izumo City is where she was born and brought up. And she is actually knowledgeable in IT management control. Japan Unisys, Japan Microsoft Inc., Japan IBM Inc. are the places where she worked. The Rakuten Group as well. After those places, and she is now in this current position in Med Group, and she is in charge of controlling the IT system. And Alliance and Fight Japan Working Group and Vice Chairman was Vice Chairperson was on her position, and she promoted that the passkey utilization across the world. She will discuss the passwordless implementation. Now, Mr. Itakura, could you please start your presentation? Thank you. My name is Itakura. My career has been introduced, and so I will not dwell on that. And rather than talking about my company on the neutral position, I would like to give the most up-to-date information about the past lesson authentication. It's not only about Ruby, but actually passkey is what. So I would like to talk about it, and rather briefly, I would like to talk about the overall circumstances. The introductory part. So what sort of challenging matter have we faced in your certification and history? I think it is quite well known when it comes to the password challenging matters. So this is a dog. So by somebody taking off and taking over that an account, incident could happen in the operation. Password and authentication is causing some increase in the operational cost. That is some headache for various businesses. What about the two-step authentication? Even if it is a two-step and it is broken down, it has been reported. For example, fake site is created and then password and is stolen, and some intermediately is an attack could happen. Usability. Once a password is actually registered and SMS received, then you actually key in that code. So usability has got some complication issue too. In order to resolve this two-step matters, passkey hasn't appeared. Passkey as a word is known and also used in various places, so I would like to make sure we have gotten the same understanding about the definition. In the FIDE Alliance, then all the information is passkey, so all authenticated information is in a passkey. For the past 10 years, passkey has been used. The conventional passkey was actually device-based passkey. It was all tied to certain devices. And what about the next one, web browser? And so businesses and have got an RP server between the two, and there is a communication and boson, and the browser versus and actually the authentication device and the CTAB. So between the two parts and the two-step and the authentication is that two files are involved. So what about an actual verification of the same person and identity? So it is done on the client side. So touch ID and also fingerprint and also PIN is entered, and then the authentication is achieved. And then one pair is prepared so that the public key, and this key pair is created, and so the verification of the self and the identity is given back to the server. It's not like a password or authentication. The confidential information is not escaping, and also on the part of the server, the authentication is done for other devices. So this is a one-step approach. PIN and also the two-element based authentication is achieved. What about the authentication devices? So the external device is possible by more recent times, and actually smartphones and also PC has gotten those authentication devices. So there is no increment in price as well. Even if a two-step is done, phishing might attack and also it is broken. In the case of passkey, or the ID authentication, it is actually that the identifier is a device. So unless it is in the same domain, the authentication is never achieved. So if a fake server is created, then there is actually resistance to that. So this is a history. Last year, think the passkey has appeared last year, so I would like to talk about it. It is device-based passkey. Number one, account recovery is one issue. So file is based on that authentication device. When the authenticator is lost, and somehow how can we actually recover the account? That has been always actually the issue. In order to resolve that, the backout and the terminal can be registered, and for the recovery, password and authentication should not be able to be eliminated or deleted. So these are the issues we had to address. And then I think the passkey was announced. The key can be actually on the passkey. So this is a conventional on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, this is actually sync the passkey. Once passkey is created, device users create the key, and also it is encrypted in the Google Cloud and the passkey, and providers it is actually backed up. Then it is stored in the safe place, secured place. So there are several accounts in the same cloud, and they can use the same. So this is a Mac and OS, and another by using another iPhone, I can use the same passkey. When you change the device and also you lost the device, and account recovery is much easier. What about the synchronized device? So the intermediary cannot read that information. In the case of an Apple iCloud keychain is a very basic, and the synchronization covers various devices, end-to-end encryption. Even if an Apple person, that information cannot be actually stolen. So this is actually the brute force attack, which is actually protected against brute force. When it was announced Apple and Google platform vendors could be actually passkey providers. More recently, one password manager companies can be involved. Third-party passkey providers have appeared in the market. I do not dwell on the details, but conventionally, only the determined specified device should be allowed for the access. And that is a requirement. So device-tied authentication information can be actually used. It is an optional. I would like to talk about related technology. First one is an automated input. If you want to log in certain site, user ID list can be given, and among them, passkey is also actually shown. Therefore, user password it does not have to be entered. User ID doesn't have to be, but you can choose from those options. And then you can actually log in. This is a smartphone. Smartphone can be used as an authentication device. It is an authenticator. Windows PC, Chrome is used for the login, and iPhone is used for the authentication. So multiple platforms can be used. This is a Bluetooth technology-based approach. I would like to show you some demonstration. It is actually perhaps better, easier for people to understand. This is the registration UI. Depending on the businesses, they vary, but the user ID is entered. Sign up button, you click it. In the next screen, create passkey button is here. So you can read those the notes. So your biological information is only stored in your own device. That is actually notes. After all, passkey is actually to place the public key in the cloud. Therefore, biological information will be staying in the device only. Create passkey is now clicked, and Touch ID might be required. So you can see that in the Pop ID. And if you actually present your fingerprint, passkey registration is complete. It is now slowing down. So this is what you can see on the screen. User ID is entered and the fingerprint only. Then account registration is now complete. And the user authentication. So user authentication should happen. User ID entry form is actually chosen. The cursor is here. So cursor list is presented. This is an autofill, automated entries. I used to be actually I used to have that an account, therefore I have two. So which an account would you like to use? So you can actually present your fingerprint and by Touch ID. It's not working so smoothly. Then authentication complete. At the time of that, the user ID does not have to be entered. It was actually iPhone I used in here. So this is an account, and the PC can be used and for the login based on the same ID, and Windows PC is used and as a device. And then this is actually an authentication demonstration screen still shown here. On the PC, you try to have the authentication user ID castle on it. And in other devices, and you would like to log in. So you can see that on the pop-up, and you choose that, and then a QR code is on the screen. By reading that and with an iPhone, by using that an iPhone key, you can actually log in on the PC. It seems to be working okay. This is an iPhone screen. This is a hybrid, Bluetooth-based technology, and cross platform, a passkey can be utilized. This is a very simple UX, and then you can actually achieve what you want. So there are many advantages, and what do you have to be careful about? And so actually there are different parties and involved for the responsibility. In the case of a single passkey, it's not your own company's server, but actually the passkey providers will keep it. The passkey providers are secured, so there is some potential risk, and so the risk and initiation price is different. In order to keep a passkey, there were complicated procedure. But in the case of passkey, only the public and the key is in the server. Therefore, even if it is stolen, the secret and the key can be actually applied. You cannot. Therefore, so when the servers and information is actually broken and stolen, there is not so much negative impact. And also, the usability is very important. More recently, synced passkey is used by many companies. Password and passkey providers can be various parties or businesses, which password providers is actually responsible for the passkey management. That is an important point. Passkey providers information in AGU, and this is an ID. You can use that and identifier to get their information. This is actually the common utilization of that. An airdrop is used, so it can be actually shared with other parties. Therefore, depending on how to use that, there could be potential risk. Single passkey is in the transitory period. Therefore, depending on the vendors, there might be some variance. In this site, you can find more detailed information. Hybrid is one approach, and a third-party passkey provider can be used. Now, I would like to talk about an implementation of passkey in Ruby, on Ruby. WPC and so API is used. And then this specification is a public domain. So including backend processing, you can understand how things are working in what way. A Ruby library is also in the public domain. Multiple ones are possible, and therefore you can use them for the implementation process. When passkey is implemented, primarily passkey registration and also authentication process are necessary. There are two implementation procedures. Revocation and others might be involved, but as far as the core functions are concerned, there are these two are major ones. Two APIs should be prepared, and then 6 steps are necessary to you go through. Number 3 and number 4, the authentication device and also browser, so that you can actually depend on that. The developers don't have to think about it in the actual implementation procedure. Library is used, and so the boson should be actually added for the installation. And there are various libraries in addition to boson. Therefore, depending on the library and its nature, you can choose. So this is actually the domain name, RP number, and also this is actually these are to be set up, and also timeout and can be set up as additional setup. So this is the flow. User passkey is actually clicked, and that is the first and the click. So given that the trigger names and also other various and account information are required, so that is sent to the server. So user request and for the registration, the challenge is actually prepared. Passkey authentication is based on the challenge system, so replay attack is actually prevented from depending on how they do that. RP information is necessary. Together with that, the public key credential object is created. Inside this object, an essential element is necessary: server information, user information, and a challenge. And the RP acceptable credential types are to be necessary. And although not essential, authenticator selection is actually presented. So that is optional.
This is how implementation is done. For user, the information entered by the user is taken, and for create options, you prepare public key credential creation options object is created. And important matters, authenticator selection, there are various options. For user verification, determines whether authentication of the person is necessary by authenticator. And require resident key is also an important item. Unless it is true, autofill cannot be used. Default is false. So you have to select true, not false. If it is left as false, and you might allow the user name entered like UX, and authenticator attachment is used to restrict the types of authenticator. Unless that is set, arbitrary authenticator can be used, and when that is used as a platform, then authenticator embedded into the subscriber unit can be used. So by changing the parameter, user will receive a pop-up for selecting the authenticator to be used, or UX changes like the case when Touch ID was required, and also the timing to wait the entry by user and origin of authenticator should be verified or not can be specified. And then using object and public key as an argument method is called up. Now, with also in JSON it can be used in the JavaScript library. There are various ways, and about the way to call up the method, JavaScript should be used, and also in JSON easy to use the library exists. When you call up a WebAuthn method, there is a dialog for authentication, and then Touch ID or fingerprint presentations for authentication shall be done. And once that is completed, RP information as a key pair of private and public keys are generated, and using attestation key signature should be given. Attestation is an important mechanism for passkey authentication. Authentication result on the main device is done. So the authenticator itself needs to be the valid authenticator. Otherwise, the verification result cannot be valid. So for authenticator to prove that that is the right authenticator, attestation secret key, private key is stored in a safe region, and then we use the key for signature. And once the key pair is generated, the private key is stored internally, and the public key credential information are returned to browser. Attestation object and the current data JSON are read on the board of the server, and attestation object is the information about attestation, and a client data JSON, for instance, the information about origin or challenge are contained in array buffer format from browser. In JavaScript, a result is given to RP. On the part of RP, a returned object decodes and pass through to JSON, and value can be obtained on JSON format. And such a passing can be done easily with the use of library. And object sent is stored as an instant, and that contents is verified. For instance, client data JSON challenge and challenge required by the server, whether they match or not, can be compared. Once the verification is over, user.credential.build is to be used, and information necessary for authentication, such as the public key information, are stored in a database, and the failure or success will be shown on the user's display through browser, and then challenge in the session is deleted. For registration, and authentication step is more or less similar. As in the case of registration, first is the authentication request from the user. Autofill function, if you want to use that auto-complete attribute, web author should be added. Web author and username are designated in this case, and also username for ID and password login can also present as candidates. Once a request from the user is received, a server creates a challenge, and public key information stored in DB will be stored in allow credentials, and public key credential request options object is prepared. The method of implementation is more or less the same with the time for registration. Call up, create a necessary object and challenge. And inside objects, challenge is essential, and allow credentials needs to be specified so that usable public key credentials can be limited. For instance, for transports, by specifying that area, the method of communication with authenticator can be specified, be it USB or NFC or hybrid. In that case, hybrid is the only method allowed. For hybrid, there aren't many things to be considered in development. If there is no passkey within the device, then automatically options to use passkey other devices are activated. For registration, navigator.creation.create is executed as the method, and for authentication, get method is activated. And the way to call up mediation conditional, by adding this autofill function, it can be designated usable. Then authenticator create a assertion after confirming the user based upon the information of challenge and relying party. The assertion preparation is the same with attestation at registration, but the public key information is not included in assertion. And authenticator then returns authenticator data to browser. And within the public key credentials, authenticator attestation response was included in the object for registration, but for authentication, this will be authenticator assertion response. Process number 5 is more or less the same. Our response from authenticator is given to RP in JavaScript. Authentication data and client data JSON are used for verifying assertion signature. Client data JSON verification is the same with registration, decoding, taking up the contents, and see whether the challenge matches or verify origin and type. For authenticator data decoding, take out the data and verify the result of user sync and user verification. For signature verification, authenticator data and the client data hash, connected data, and the public key stored in database are used for verification. Implementation. This is the same as the case of registration. Client data JSON challenge value and the value in the session, whether they match or not, is verified. And user verification flag, is it correct or not, is confirmed and verified. Once verification is finished, stored credential update. Here in the middle is where data in the database is updated. For instance, the number of signature counter in public key credential and also the date of last use is updated. And then the result of verification, whether that was success or failure, is returned to the browser. And challenge used is deleted from the session. And that's the end of authentication process. I have gone through very quickly. Some of the points were difficult to digest. I'd like you to look at the information later for further details. This is a good technology, and a library publication is gradually being developed, but passkey provider safety and to confirm which data are tied to are the areas you need to pay attention to for sync passkey. And with this, I hope you'll be able to execute the risk analysis case by case. Now, modern technical implementation important point is how to migrate from the current authentication experience. And UX guidelines are already made public, so please pay attention to that and read it later too. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Now, we would like to entertain some questions from the audience. If you have any, could you please raise your hand? So this is the time for entertaining some questions addressed to the speaker. I'm afraid that there is no question among the audience, so this marks the closing of this presentation session. If you have any question which you would like to ask of this lady, and Ms. Itakura, could you please have another opportunity this evening? Now, could you please give a big round of applause to Ms. Itakura to express our sincere thanks. Now, this marks another conclusion of today's program, covering all the agenda and so programs. Thank you very much for your support. As for the receiver for the translation, would you mind returning it to the receptionist desk before leaving this place? If you have parked your car in the car park of this hall, there is actually the free of charge car park ticket, and please get it in the exhibition hall on the way home. There is a reception tonight, and if you have applied for that, there is actually a token voucher for the reception to participate in by 6:30. Could you please come and gather in the exhibition hall on the ground floor? And tomorrow, the program is starting at 10 o'clock in the morning. Thank you very much for your kind support, and this marks the conclusion of all the programs today. どうもありがとうございます。